USA, Canada, Switzerland, and the rest of the world, Supersonics Money Transfer has got you covered. With the largest payout network in the Gambia, you can now receive your monies anywhere you are, from Kartong to Koina, with less hassle. Yes! You can receive monies from your family and friends in UK, Europe, USA, Canada, Switzerland, and the rest of the world with our safe, secure, fast, and convenient service that offers you the largest selection of payout locations in the Gambia. Supersonics Money Transfer. We are currently in 34 African countries and counting, giving you quality money remittance services that are second to none. Visit the Google Play Store or the Apple Store today to download the Supersonics Money Transfer app and enjoy excellent money transfer services only with Supersonics.
Asalaamaaleykum mbokk yi faral di seetaan Gambian Talents TV man la waat ak Binta Badji nekkal leen fi nga xamante ne moo nekk Banjul si National Assembly bi tey nag ki nga xamante ne moo nekk honorable Halifa Sallah te mooy wàcca si li nga xamante ne moo nekk liggéey député bi maanaam tey lay sign out si liggéey bi nga xamante ne moo nekk liggéey député bu mu nekk di def fii nii si National Assembly bi represent ñi nga xamante ne ñoo nekk Serekunda waaye duñ def dara rek te dinañ xool farewell buñ koy defaral fii nii naka lañ tàggatoo ak nga xamante ne moo nekk honorable Halifa Sallah toog leen ak ñun rek fi si Gambian Talents TV ñu génne leen naka la ñoo tàggatoo tey ak Halifa Sallah.
Rulers and parliaments, for the welfare of society and just government of men. We beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge. Amen. Good morning. Please be seated. Thank you. For building consensus around critical issues that have been tabled before the Assembly during the last 5 years. Honorable members, you will all agree with me that this Assembly has witnessed the transition from virtually the dominance of one political party to a more pluralized Assembly with multi-party representation. As the mandate of the 5th legislature draws to a close, it is therefore appropriate to bid farewell to honorable members, staff, and the nation at large. While doing this, I will equally attempt to review some of the progresses made so far, as well as the challenges faced by the 5th legislature. It has been a very busy and eventful 5-year parliamentary term for all of us, particularly the new members who have had much to learn and adapt to. First and foremost, honorable members, on a personal note, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Mr. Adama Barrow, for nominating me as a member of the National Assembly under the powers vested in him by the 1997 Constitution. I will always be grateful to him for the privilege given to me to serve my country in this capacity and in this noble institution. Equally, I wish to register my profound gratitude to the entire members of the Assembly for electing me as a Speaker of the 5th legislature. This was so huge for me and my family for 2 reasons. First, being the Speaker of a Parliament as a woman in a new democratic dispensation, when Parliament and the country was at the international timeline, was indeed challenging as well as rewarding. Secondly, for my family and I, it is historic and delightful. My father was once a Speaker of the Parliament for 2 terms during the First Republic. My family and I are forever grateful. Honorable members, it is important to highlight progress made by the Fifth Legislature on certain critical issues as well as the challenges faced. You will agree with me that the most important procedural document which sets out parliamentary structures, procedure, and processes is the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Significantly, the Fifth Legislature, with support from the Office of the Clerk and the CPA UK, undertook a major review of the Standing Orders from 2018 August to September 2019, when the new Standing Orders were adopted. Some of the key changes in the Standing Orders include: 1, the legislative process. For example, a minimum 9-day period was imposed before a bill could be passed at all its stages, whereas previously bills would usually be considered and voted on by the Assembly within a day. This was a huge achievement for our parliamentary democracy since the dawn of the democratic dispensation in 2016. In fact, I understand it is the first comprehensive review of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly since 2001. We are proud as a National Assembly of the high degree of satisfaction with Standing Orders, which were revised in 2019, following a thorough review exercise to bring the Assembly's procedure in line with international parliamentary standards and practice. Now, under the stewardship of the various chairpersons and the invaluable support of the Office of the Clerk, the performance of our legislative oversight and accountability functions, as enshrined in the 1997 Constitution and the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, were exceptional and encouraging in a fledgling democracy. Honorable members, during the course of proceedings of this Fifth Legislature, Parliament was able to consider, scrutinize, and pass numerous legislation that touch on the lives and livelihoods of the people and the nation in general. According to our records, about 53 bills were enacted from 2017 to February 2022, including the Annual Appropriation Acts. Prominent among these are: 1, the National Human Rights Commission Act 2017, 2, the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission Act 2017, 3, the Constitutional Review Commission Act 2017, 4, the Forest Act 2018, 5, the Maritime Zones Act 2019, 6, Women's Enterprise Fund Act 2020, 7, the Petroleum Commission Act 2021, 8, the Persons with Disabilities Act 2021, 9, the National Assembly Service Act 2021, 10, the National Health Insurance Act 2021, and most recently, the Public Service Pensions Act 2022, amongst others. Honorable members, on another note, Parliament during the Fifth Legislature witnessed the tabling of the Constitution Promulgation Bill 2020, in other words, the CRC draft Constitution, by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice in 2020. However, the document stalled in Parliament at the second reading stage. Notwithstanding the setback, the government may decide to come back to Parliament to continue the process of promulgating a new constitution for our republic. The legislature also witnessed the tabling of 3 members' bills and enacted 2 of them, whilst the other one table failed to pass through the second reading stage. This is unprecedented in the history of the National Assembly, as only 1 member's bill was ever introduced and passed in the National Assembly. Honorable members, Parliament has also facilitated and confirmed appointments to the National Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Ombudsman, and the Judicial Service Commission. We wish them all success in their endeavors within their respective institutions. And at this juncture, I also wish to make special acknowledgement honorable ministers, the permanent secretaries, and head of departments and agencies whose efforts and collaboration have helped us accomplish this much. We have also successfully concluded some important businesses of Parliament, like, for example, the State of the Nation addresses, and consistently considered and approved the annual national budget over the years. We have also considered and deliberated on several motions, personal explanations, matters of the day, ministerial statements, and other parliamentary matters. This is testimony to the fact that Parliament is the national forum for public consideration of issues of concern to our people. And on a significant note and pride for this fifth legislature is the proliferation of parliamentary questions to honorable ministers for oral answers. Our records have revealed that not less than 150 questions were processed for each ordinary session, compared to not more than 10 questions in the entire period of the fourth legislature. This is again unprecedented in the history of our parliamentary democracy as a legislative tool of holding government to account. This was highly symbolic, designed to demonstrate the mandate of the legislature as the people's representative, that is the people's parliament. As a parliament and office of the Speaker, I have hosted several international parliamentary and other delegations from strategic partners in the international community, including, amongst others, high-level delegations from the People's Republic of China, the Republic of France, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Republic of Senegal, the Republic of Kenya, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association UK branch and the Africa branch, the International Republican Institute, and International IDEA. These and other delegations have interacted with parliamentarians and staff as a component of parliamentary democracy in pursuit of our strategic objectives in bilateral and multilateral fora. Honorable members, I wish to enumerate some of the main strengths of our parliament as a handing over legacy to the next legislature, that is the sixth legislature. During our term, executive-legislative relations have improved since the last elections in April 2017. This is illustrated by a constructive and cordial working relationship between the majority and minority leaders of the National Assembly. The National Assembly enjoys substantial support from development partners, including CPA and CPA UK, WFD, all UN systems in the Gambia, the International Republican Institute, Article 19, International IDEA, TICA, and of course, many others. The National Assembly is equally active in other parliamentary meetings such as ECOWAS, ACP EU, and the Pan-African Parliament, that is PAP. Several exchanges, for example, to Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the UK have also exposed honorable members and staff to contemporary parliamentary good practices. The 2017 elections saw a very high turnover of new members, but a successful induction program was carried out with the assistance of international partners on the operations, practices, and procedures of the Assembly. Given that elections traditionally result in a high turnover of members, a similar induction program is necessary for the sixth legislature. Honorable members, our friends from the media, will agree with me that the sittings of the National Assembly, including voting and the proceedings of committees, were open to the public. The media was granted unrestricted access to all proceedings. Despite limited ICT infrastructure, the audiovisual broadcasting infrastructure has been improved with live streaming of sittings of the National Assembly on all the Assembly digital media platforms, providing digital quality live broadcasts and a replay service that enabled users to watch, link, or to download videos of Assembly proceedings. The National Assembly is also developing and populating a new website to be known as the assembly.gm. Though challenges remain, there is evidence that committees are becoming more assertive and effective when conducting oversight. Notably, the Standing Committee on Defense and Security provides oversight of the security sector and intelligence services, a sector which was a no-go area for preceding legislatures. This equally demonstrates that the security service is accountable to civil rule and authority. Honorable members, in accordance with the new standing orders, the procedures for budget and financial scrutiny establishes the register of interest of members of the Assembly, which will be made available for public inspection. Honorable members, the excitement of our successes or achievements cannot distract us from our challenges. Parliament's role in scrutinizing the reports of government and public institutions, as well as the reporting of some committees, have been challenging due to the overwhelming and competing workload of the legislature. As the saying goes, the work of Parliament can never be exhausted. Hence, the reasons why legacy reports are prepared and the next legislature will need to look critically and carefully at the issues and the challenges being faced by government entities. Parliament has a role to appraise the performance of government. The following are some of our key challenges. One, the infrastructure of Parliament is inadequate. There is lack of office accommodation for both members and professional staff. There are limited meeting rooms, 4 meeting rooms for about 18 committees. There are a few technical challenges, including no media room or conference center. And I hope that the next Speaker and Parliament will engage our partners and, of course, government, Minister of Finance, to invest in a new annex building to cater for this infrastructural deficiency. Unfortunately, although my office tried to engage the assistance of the Turkish Agency for International Cooperation, that is TICA, on this matter, it did not yield in any success. This is a project, as you all know, I ideally wish to have happened, and I also wish the next leadership of the National Assembly will take it up. On institutional matters, the existing professional staff are non-partisan and additional staff are being recruited to improve on the capacity. The Hansard unit is understaffed, but considerable effort is being made to clear the backlog in transcription. FPAC has the mandate to examine the audited accounts of government and the report of the Auditor General on these accounts. The Public Enterprises Committee, that is PEC, provides oversight on state-owned enterprises. Both committees have inherited a backlog of unaudited accounts, but attempts have been made to ensure that government institutions and state-owned enterprises are up to date with their audited accounts in a more timely and effective manner. The National Assembly Service is responsible for providing public education about the functions of the Assembly and its committees. Some initiatives have been undertaken. For example, the recent Open Day Forum, organized by the Office of the Clerk together with WFD Gambia, serves as a public lecture for stakeholders on the working of Parliament. The Office of the Clerk has now institutionalized this as an annual event to better bring Parliament closer to the people. Honorable members, we would be remiss if we fail to note with sadness the passing away of two honorable members and former clerk of this assembly during this legislative term. Honorable Demba Sow, former National Assembly member for Nyamina West, and Honorable Fakeba N.L. Kuli, former member for Kiang West, and Mr. Dudu C.M. Kebe, former clerk of the National Assembly. We remember these fine individuals and their contributions with affection and profound sense of loss. We pray that their gentle souls will rest in perfect peace in Jannatul Firdaus. Honorable members, noting that this is the last plenary ordinary session of the National Assembly, as campaign for elections to the 6th legislature begins next week, honorable members will then be reconnecting with their constituencies and electorates for electioneering. Honorable members, I urge you all to campaign peacefully and smoothly, and I wish you all to return refreshed and ready to continue the sterling work started by this 5th legislature. I have served as Speaker of Parliament. To have served as Speaker of Parliament has been a great honor afforded to very few in our country's history. I must admit that the job of a Speaker is not an easy one. In fact, I consider it the hardest job in the land, and I can tell you this for free. The expectations of whoever holds the office are infinite compared to resources that are available. Honorable members, Parliament as an institution, through the help of the authority and the office of the clerk, we have repositioned and upgraded the parliamentary service through institutional capacity buildings, recruitment, and relevant trainings. We are very proud that we are leaving Parliament today in good and safe hands as far as institutional memory and capacity are concerned. The employees of the Parliament services are very good people and partners we are all proud of. For Parliament and parliamentarians in general, the future of Gambian progressive politics lies within your hands. I therefore wish the new incoming legislature and members all the best in the great task that lies ahead. There are always long, dark nights of the soul, but believe it or not, morning does come often sooner than you think. And again, honorable members, on this note, I wish to thank the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mamadou L.K. Sane, the Honorable Majority and Minority Leader, Honorable K.K. Barrow, Honorable Samba Jallo, and all veterans and doyens of this assembly, in the persons of Honorable Sidia Jata, Honorable Halifa Sallah, Honorable Muhammad Magasi, and Honorable Manjambo Samusa, for their support, guidance, and dedication to the assembly. Equally, I wish to register my thanks and gratitude to the various chairpersons for their contributions to the work of the assembly. Honorable members, I am equally indebted to you all for your cooperation and dedication to duty over the period. My thanks also go to the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Mamadou A. Sise, his deputies, Mr. Daniel Cardos, Mr. M. Buba M. E. Jata, and Mr. Khalifa M. Mbai, and indeed all staff of the National Assembly Service for their unflinching hard work, commitment, and dedication. Our best wishes to all of them in their pursuit to providing better services to the 6th legislature. Honorable members, on a special note on chamber and table support services, I wish to register my special thanks and gratitude. Gratitude and recognition to the clerk, Mr. Mamadou A. Sise, and his deputy for legal and procedural matters, Mr. Halifa M. Mbai, and table office team for their extraordinary service to me and the Assembly over the years. Honorable members, I am not being biased or discriminatory here, but the clerk and table office staff have been my immediate assistants with a mountain of challenges which they have endured with professionalism. Equally, I wish to thank and recognize the services of my personal assistants, my orderlies, my guards, and my drivers. I am indebted to them all and staff of the National Assembly again. It is a singular honor to serve in the high office of Speaker of the National Assembly. Of course, I had no interest in being here for the sake of being here, and that the only point of being here was to make a difference for the betterment of our country. In some instances, I succeeded. In others, I did not, but such is the nature of life. But honorable members, when history is one day written, detached from passions of our time, perhaps we will be remembered as the fifth legislature that we performed well and did raise the bar high as far as representative democracy is concerned. And here I would like to quote Dr. Kwame Nkrumah when he said, in quote, "Those who would judge us merely by the heights we have achieved would do well to remember the depths from which we started," unquote. And to conclude, honorable members, nothing has brought me greater joy in my tenure as Speaker and head of the legislature than the smiles that I have seen on the faces of our staff as a result of securing financial and operational independence of Parliament. I am glad that together as a Parliament, we were able to save the future of Parliament as an institution by the passing of the National Assembly Service Act 2021. I will also continue to support the great causes of nation building, as members of this assembly also know very well that I am a passionate Gambian. To honorable members of this Parliament, both friends and the chair challengers, and I can confidently say they are spread across both sides of the chambers. I thank you all for the privilege of having worked with you. Whatever has been said in very chaotic instances sometimes is now in the past. I bear no malice against anybody. Life is too short for that. This is Parliament. It's a great, and it is a great institution. To my family, thank you for your support and endurance, despite all the challenges associated with the job. It will mean a lot to me. In the days ahead, honorable members, members of the media, I will be spending some time with my family, and I would ask my good friends in the Fourth Estate, that is the media, to give us some privacy, as I would cease to be a public figure. And so, having said all that, on this final ordinary session in the National Assembly, and as is now recorded in the landmarks for occasions such as this adjournment debate, it's really been my honor and privilege to have served this institution and my country. And I thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed. Thank you.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 23rd February 2022.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, the 23rd of February 2022 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Yes, Opanyomi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I rest to move that the record of vote and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Wednesday, 23rd of February 2020 be considered and approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyanija.
Seconded.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, the 23rd of February 2022 be approved. Now, any corrections or observations from honorable members? We start with the front page. Page 1. Attendment Change and Natural Resources has been designated to step in for the Honorable Minister for Information and Communication. We received the communication this morning. Therefore, I will invite the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources to move a motion for the third reading of the bill entitled Information and Communications Amendment Bill 2022. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Information and Communication Amendment Bill 2022, having gone through the consideration stage with amendments to be read a third time and passed. Thank you.
Any seconder? Yes, Nyanija.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we are back to Nyania. Thank you. I rise to second the motion.
That was the only tag that caught my eye, that's why. Thank you very much. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Information and Communications Amendment Bill 2022 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Honorable Speaker.
Sorry.
Yes. Before we thank you. This on the amendment on the third reading. I think there's an error on the there's an error. So I just want to highlight it so that they can correct it at the back. If you look at
Table of proceedings.
No, because this one. New one.
Circulated.
Yes.
The clean copy has been circulated. Usually there are small typographical errors, but the office of the table office will. No, please, you interrupted the chair and yet you are dialoguing with your colleagues. Yes, I think we should be able to. I'm sorry, honorable members. It has been moved and, yes, seconded that the bill entitled Information and Communications Amendment Bill 2022 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Now, clerk, just read the short title of the bill, please. Thank you.
Information and Communications Amendment Bill 2022, sorry.
Thank you very much for stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Information. But so you can resume your seat. We still have the adjournment debate. Thank you, clerk. We can proceed. Thank you.
Motion on the adjournment debate. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned, signed by the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Combo South.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as earlier communicated, today's sitting marks the end of this ordinary session of the 5th legislature. That is the first ordinary session of the Assembly in the 2022 legislative year. This was precisely a very hectic session, putting into consideration your engagements with your various constituencies for the forthcoming electoral process. The session witnessed the passage of bills and we administered oral parliamentary questions to various government ministers. Honorable members, we will therefore start the motion on the adjournment debate today to adjourn this ordinary session, sine die. I welcome all honorable ministers herein present to attend this very important sitting of the Assembly, being the final adjournment debate of the 5th legislature. This is a unique sitting of the Assembly at the end of each ordinary session, allowing honorable members the opportunity to discuss and debate on cross-cutting issues, which of course require the attention of the executive. At the appropriate time of the debate, I will invite honorable members who are present to take part in the debate and to respond to issues raised regarding their different portfolios. And in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders Clause 54.1, I will now invite the Honorable Majority Leader and member for Combo South to move a motion for the Assembly to adjourn sine die. But before doing so, I wish to draw the attention of the Assembly to clause 54.3 of the Standing Orders, that no honorable member shall speak for more than 15 minutes during the debate, except that the speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow the mover of the motion extra time for his or her reply. I'll therefore appeal to honorable members to take note of said provision of the standing orders regarding the adjournment debate, and I want to invite the honorable majority leader to move the motion for the Assembly to adjourn sine die. I know that honorable members would want to exhaust their 15 minutes, but equally so, I am sure they are in a hurry to rush to their constituencies. So let's bear that in mind, and honorable majority, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Clause 54.1 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, I rise to move that this National Assembly do stand adjourned sine die. Honorable Speaker, in moving this motion, I would like to give the August Assembly a summary of what transpired during the first ordinary session in the 2022 legislative year for the period 3rd February 2022 to date. Honorable Speaker, during the course of our deliberations, we considered and adopted records of votes and proceedings of the daily sittings of the National Assembly and accommodated questions for oral answers sessions by the following honorable ministers as regard their various portfolios. One, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Minister for Interior, Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture, Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government, Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources. Honorable Speaker, laying of papers and reports. Honorable Speaker, the following reports were laid by chairpersons and co-chairpersons of various committees of the National Assembly and adopted by this plenary. One, the report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the Gambia Anti-Corruption Bill 2019. Two, report of the Joint Committee on the Public Enterprises and Finance and Public Accounts on the Public Service Pensions Bill 2020. Three, report of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters on the Prevention and Prohibition of Torture 2020. Four, report of the Public Appointments Standing Committee for the confirmation of one of the shortlisted persons for appointment as Commissioner at the National Human Rights Commission. Honorable Speaker, motions. Equally, the following motions were moved by Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs for the Assembly's consideration and ratification. One, the Development Objectives Grant Agreement between the United States of America and the Republic of the Gambia for Democracy, Peace, Stability, Enhanced. Two, the Millennium Challenge Cooperation Threshold Program Grant Agreement between the United States of America, acting through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the Republic of the Gambia, acting through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Three, the loan agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and Islamic Development Bank regarding the widening of Batin Hadin Highway Project, the Gambia. 4, the loan agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa regarding the widening of Batin-Hardin Highway project. Honorable Speaker, bills. The following bills were considered during the ordinary session and unanimously passed at their third readings by Her Excellency, the Vice President and the Honorable Minister for Information and Communication Infrastructure. 1, the Public Service Pensions Bill 2022 by Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, and 2, the Information and Communications Amendment Bill 2020 by the Honorable Minister for Information and Communication Infrastructure. However, the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2021 tabled by the Honorable Member for Banjul South could not pass the second reading due to the absence of the constitutional requirement of Section 2262B and 4B, which required a threshold of 2/3 of all the members of present to vote. Honorable Speaker, the pending businesses of the Assembly will form part of the legacy report of the 5th Legislature for the 6th Legislature to take charge and carry on. Honorable Speaker, this August Assembly is here today to commence the motion on the adjournment debate for the Assembly to stand adjourned, sign, and die. Honorable Speaker, a few weeks from now, almost 5 years in the service of our country, I shall lay down the responsibilities as Majority Leader of the 5th Legislature of this National Assembly. This afternoon, I come to you with a message of leaving and taking and farewell, and to share a few final thoughts with you, members of the Assembly and fellow citizens. Like every other citizen, I wish the 6th Legislature peace, prosperity, and successful parliamentary term for all. Our people expect us members of the National Assembly to find essential agreement on issues of great moment, the wise resolution of which will better shape the future of the nation, and to the best of our abilities, this Parliament of the 5th Legislature has delivered. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of both sides of the Assembly, I want to seize this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the people of the Gambia for the trust and confidence reposed on us in this August Assembly. We reassure them of the Assembly's continued resolve to serve the supreme interest of the Gambia without fear of favor or party affiliation. To honorable colleagues, I would thank you for your foresight and dedication to national duty. It has been a challenging year, fulfilling our journey with all of you in the service of the people of the Gambia. History will undoubtedly remember us, collectively and individually. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to thank the clerk and staff of the National Assembly Service for all the support and services rendered to honorable members during this session and over the years. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Yes, honorable member for Basse.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to second the motion on the adjournment debate. Equally to use the chance to address my colleagues and the nation at large. Honorable Speaker, first of all, thanksgiving is going to Almighty Allah, who have given me a long life to be in this parliament almost 10 years now, and to stay healthy to be able to carry on the responsibility that I should take on. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Office of the Speaker. I want to thank the Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the majority and the minority leaders of the 5th Legislature. Honorable Speaker, I want to equally thank the Office of the Clerk, all the members, all the staff under the Office of the Clerk be thanked for the cooperation, the assistance, the collaboration, and the help that you have given us from all angles at any moment. Honorable Speaker, I really want to attest that I am honored to be one of the few, if it exists, the National Assembly members to come to the parliament on 2 terms, both on independent tickets. I think I'm the only Gambian so far. But still, I'm making my research. If I'm not the only one, then I am one among the few who had that chance to be elected twice in the parliament on independent tickets. So my constituents who had that trust and confidence in me, I'm really thankful to them. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the media fraternity for giving me the visibility all over the world. Wherever you go today, even Google, if you type my name, Magasi, Honorable Magasi, you will see my legacy. Thanks to the media fraternity. Honorable Speaker, I want to be very thankful to all the partners who helped me to register development in my constituencies, from mosques, boreholes, schools, and other projects, machine and others, farming tools. So all those partners who had helped me from the government and the NGOs within the country and outside the country, I want to be very thankful to all of them. Honorable Speaker, I want to give a very special thank to a very special person to me. That's my personal assistant, Aisha Sinera, who is known to everybody. This young girl has served the nation through me, because any responsibility that I'm called for, if I couldn't go, she is one who represent me. So therefore, today is the day that I should known that to the public and use the opportunity to really thank and recognize her effort. So I say, if you are here, we thank. Honorable Speaker, use this opportunity to inform my colleague that this is going to be the last ordinary session in this parliament for me to take part in debate in this fashion. Honorable Speaker, that's simple to tell you, I am not going to contest the forthcoming legislative election. I may go for other functions, but whoever is coming here, I will tell you that I have a memory of this parliament, and my doors are open. It's the country that we are building, and we build the country in stages. I've done my quota. I served 10 years in this parliament. I am content, and I'm happy that Allah gave me this time to address you and to let you know that this is going to be the last ordinary session for me to attend in this session. So may I use this chance to forgive you. If anybody thinks that you have fronted me, I forgive you. But also, I may seek for forgiveness if I, in one way or the other, affront anybody. Please forgive me. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my good friend, my longtime friend, that's Honorable Samba Jallo. We came together in this parliament, 2012. We came again together, 2017. And you see, I and Samba, we have similar stories that are repeated. I came to this parliament as independent. Samba came to this parliament on the NRP, and he became the minority leader, 2012. 2017, I came back again as independent. Samba came again under NRP and be the minority leader. So therefore, our histories are similar. Honorable Samba Jallo, I wish you to come back again. But if you come this time, you will miss Magasi because Magasi is not coming back to this parliament. So on that note, I really want to thank everybody and to the executive. As I used to say, cooperation must continue. The executive cannot execute anything without the cooperation of the parliament. But the parliament also cannot prosper without the cooperation of the executive. It's one Gambia, one nation. If we work together, we will be able to realize all our dreams. But if we work separately, it's going to be a problem for all of us. On that note, I want to thank each and everybody. Long live the Gambia, long live the parliament, long live the people of Basi.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Seconded that this August Assembly do consider the motion for this ordinary session to stand adjourned. Sign it aye. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. So may I now call on the honorable members who wish to take part. I already have a long list, so if I was tempted to go through my, we've taken all of your tags down, but
when national interest, the pursuit for national interest had been demonstrated. Honorable Speaker, as I said, these days also emotional. As we are parting, as I said, some wish to come back, some have decided not to come back. I want to take this opportunity to wish each and every one of us well in our endeavors. We have, during the past 5 years, been relating at the level of plenary and at the level of our committees, and have developed that relationship at the personal level and also official level. And all had been well. It has been cited that there were times when tempers flared up here, but all the same, we would come back and then continue to assume our duty, our supreme duty as representatives of the Gambian people. Gambians have been monitoring what had been taking place here. Some acknowledge what we have been doing. Others have expressed skepticism. But these are all lessons for us and also the incoming 6th legislature, that people have expectations. We are supposed to be serving their interests as provided for by Section 112 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, the Second Republic, that all our pronouncements, all our actions must be dictated by conscience and what serves the national interest. Some of us have been doing all our best to ensure that that provision is respected. People should continue to monitor the activities of the National Assembly, the actions of National Assembly members, the pronouncements of National Assembly members, to see whether they are in consonance to what serves their interests. As I said, the relationship has not only been limited to between National Assembly or among National Assembly members, but also the staff. I also want to take this opportunity to commend the staff, the Speaker, the Clerk, the Deputy Clerks, the Table Office Director, who is now elevated to the rank of Deputy Clerk, which he deserves, and all the members of the National Assembly service. They have been exceptional, very supportive to the work we have been doing. Honorable Speaker, as I said, we have a legacy, this fifth legislature, in terms of the standards we have set, the pace setting, and in fact, we've even cited it in your statement, farewell statement, that in terms of the questions, this legislature had been more critical in terms of engagement with the executive, the committees. In fact, for us, the committees that I serve in, we have not inherited anything from the fourth legislature. And I believe we have something to bequeath to the sixth legislature, the committees, the plenary. So this is really an accomplishment. But as I said, there are times when we have also failed the expectations of the population in terms of the bills that came before us. And they are numerous. In as much as we had made tremendous efforts in terms of bringing in progressive bills that became law, we have also failed them in certain instances. And these are lessons to be learned. The draft constitution, this is something that I hold dear, and any incoming legislature must pursue this. We have had the executive express interest in bringing a new legislature. I am calling on the members of the sixth legislature, the population of the Gambia, civil society, all to ensure that Gambia deserves a constitution that embraces all, that will factor the interests of women. We have attempted with a bill to empower women, and the new constitution that is coming must ensure that women are empowered, persons living with disability are empowered, youth are empowered, and the population in general are served. I wish to commend the electorate of Banjul North for having given me the opportunity to serve the Gambia. And I would also want to implore on the executive that we have challenges. In as much as this day, for me, I want to dedicate it to the National Assembly, I would not resume my seat without talking about a challenge, a major challenge. And I wish the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure was around. The environment is here, the Honorable Vice President is also here to take note. We have one major challenge. Banjul as a region is being threatened by climate change, and one of the factors to mitigate climate change is to promote and protect the environment and the ecology. And one way of doing that is to build canals. This open drain that is just behind the National Assembly is an issue that needs to be tackled. The next legislature should really focus on that, and the next executive to ensure that it is addressed if we want to avoid Banjul submerging underwater. Honorable Speaker, as I said, we have made a lot of efforts in terms of representation. The committees have also been very proactive in terms of oversight, particularly the committees that I belong to. And these are lessons to be learned by the incoming legislature, that is the sixth legislature. As I said, we must continue to assert the independence of this arm of the state. We are not antagonists, we are not adversaries with any arm of the state, particularly the executive. We are all supposed to be served and duty-bound to serve the people of the Gambia, so that all our actions must be nothing other than serving the interests of the people of the Gambia. I want to also take this opportunity to pay tribute to everybody, particularly those who have served exceptionally well and have been doing it without any partisan consideration for the national interest. We have a duty to serve, but there's also a limit. The Honorable Member for Serakunda informed this August Assembly that he's not coming back. And I respect that. And I understand why. And I support that as well. But I believe we need to pay tribute to him for the services. He has demonstrated non-partisanship, which should be emulated by all of us here. And of course, equally goes to the Honorable Member for Woolly West, being a doyen. This is what we need. We need servants who are selfless. Who promote the interests of the nation first and foremost. Politics is not the business for self. It's not the best business for individuals. It's the business of the people. Anybody who's opting for political office must be ready to serve, to relegate self-interest, personal interests, and promote national interest. And that is what the Member for Serakunda has been demonstrating. We too have been trying. Of course, some members here, that is the way to go. When we are here, as has been mentioned by the member for Woolly, party tax are outside. We leave them outside. It's national interest. It's unfortunate that there were instances when partisan interest played out here, which is very unfortunate and which has been deplored by the population of the Gambia. That is not what is expected of the National Assembly and National Assembly members. Of course, we are parties, we are from parties, but once you are a National Assembly member, you are a National Assembly member of the Gambia and should not serve anything other than the Gambia. So this is a lesson that I would want the fifth legislature to learn from, to take note of, that when you are here, party interest is outside, it's national interest. Conscience and national interest, as has been clearly spelled out by section 112. We are not, as I said, we are not antagonists to the executive. We should work in unison to serve the people of the Gambia. And we have demonstrated that. I, for one, have been demonstrating that. There has never been an instant where I criticize the government just for criticism's sake, to condemn the executive just for condemnation's sake, to oppose the executive because I believe that if they do this, they will succeed. And for me, my party is in the opposition. This is not my thinking. I have been saying this, that if they fail, if whoever is in the executive fails, it's the Gambian people who suffer. And I'm representing the Gambian people. I'm elected by the electorate of Banjul not, but I'm representing the Gambian people.
Honorable, your time, 15 minutes. Always watch the clock. The timer is on. I'm sorry, but
I don't know whether 15 minutes are adequate for me to talk today. But what I would do is I'll just be provoking your thoughts. And in that way, I may accomplish what I want to do. Madam Speaker, I've been reflecting about the whole institution of parliament and representation. What we have inherited from outside. Parliament is an inheritance from the colonizers. And colonization is the greatest crime committed against humanity. And its wounds are eternal. They are everlasting. They destroy. Where they make, they also destroy. The destruction is more than the making. But we are not reflecting on these fundamentals. We fought for independence because we want to be ourselves. Essentially, that's what independence is about. It's not just to have a minister, a black president, and a national flag, a national anthem. No! It is to be yourself, to rediscover yourself, to become yourself. But have we become ourselves? Independent nations all over the world. Those who were once colonized, are they really independent? Are we independent? My colleagues, let's question ourselves. Some of us may not come back here again. Some have decided not to come. Some are going back to the polls. And I wish you all success. But the fundamental question remains. For me, the mission is incomplete. My mission, c'est une mission qui est incomplete. So, I'm well. Yes, some said he's old, yes. But what has it to do with knowledge? What has it to do with determination? What has it to do with the desire to serve your people? When you can, you have the ability, you have the capacity, you have the will and the intention. What is wrong with it? What is age? In the face of struggle to rediscover yourself. If you are still able-bodied, intellectually, mentally alert, what is wrong in wanting to serve your people? My life has been simply that. From primary school to date, I have been in that mood, and that is what I'm going to die in that. To serve my people. It is not an easy struggle. For 50-something years, we have been here. And are we convinced that we are really helping our people to become a people? Are we helping our people by virtue of what we are doing here to make our people sovereign people? Not because we are saying they are sovereign, but they come to the conscious realization that they are sovereign people, that they own this country, that they are the people who matter, who make decisions, who should decide what serves their interests and what does not serve their interests. That is the job that we should have been doing. We who are their representatives. And that's why we are representatives. We are here precisely to perform that job. Particularly we who are coming from very far away. We are coming from a very far away, from a dominated colonial society, denied in every respect, even denied your culture, denied your language that identifies you and makes you different from other people. You are denied all that. And now you say you are independent, and you still continue to wallow in the use of that same weapon that was used to destroy you. And we say we are independent, and we say we are serving our people. I'm speaking here, my people really don't understand a word of what I'm saying here, and I'm supposed to be representing them. This is a paradox. This is a contradiction. The first thing that we should have thought about when we conquered independence, if we really have conquered it, was how do we become ourselves? How do we become one with our people? How do we become one with our people that we are serving? These questions were never posed, mostly by the first generation of politicians. I wouldn't blame them much because they were concerned with other problems. Problems that have to do with governance, problems that have to do with education. But the unfortunate thing is that we have been independent Africa for more than half a century. And we are still dependent. Dependent in every respect. We hardly can do anything here without recourse to help from outside, even though we have everything in our continent. Everything that you can imagine, we have it. We have it in abundance, but we are poor in the midst of abundance. Materially poor in the midst of abundance, in fact, morally poor, intellectually poor. Because that is why we are always having recourse to the outsiders, because we don't have confidence that we have the capacity intellectually to do what is necessary to change our continent. I'm sorry, but these are very important questions. We make laws here in the name of our people. They don't know anything about them. And these are the same laws that they use to take them to court. But they have no idea about those laws. Because of what? Because of the language in which those laws are couched in. And we have done nothing about that. I pray all my colleagues who are here and are going back to the polls, I pray that you all come back here. But if I come back here, the first legislation that I'll promote in this parliament will be precisely on the need for our languages to be used here so that everybody who has the capacity, not because he or she speaks English or French, but because he or she can speak his or her language, can come here and democracy will become democracy. Not democracy in words, but democracy indeed in practice. How many people have been excluded from coming here? How many of them have been very intelligent, philosophically minded people outside there who know everything that we are doing here, but they are not here simply by virtue of the fact that the weapon that was used to destroy all of us is the same weapon that we are using here to promote their interests. Impossible. I know people will say CDI is very controversial. I don't care. It is controversy that moves knowledge forward. But these are not just mere controversies. These are facts, unshakable facts. Unshakable facts. If I sit here, sometimes I feel funny. I spend nights pondering these things in my head. Why are things what they are? Why can't we just turn them around and become what we want them to become? No, because we are still separated from our people, just like colonialists. They were separated from our people. They are there, they are there. And we use the same, we are up, they are down. And yet everything we do, we say we are doing on behalf of our people. And they have no you tell me, you go and talk to them, you say they are participating. What participation is that? What type of participation is that? You are denying them to come here to participate. Because they cannot speak English. And you say you are participating. There is no participatory democracy here. Democracy is a sham everywhere. It's a big sham everywhere in the world. Whether in the United States or in Russia or in France or China, democracy is a sham. It's all rubbish. Sorry, I withdraw. So I wind up. Okay, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody here for having worked with me. We have worked here. We are all here by our interest and our determination to serve our people. Let us continue in that spirit, even where we are outside these chambers. It's not only here that you can serve your people. We can serve our people in whatever capacity we are, outside or inside. But the most important thing is there is a job to be done still. We have gone nowhere. There is a job to be done. So those who are going and are not coming back know that the mission is not complete yet. And unless it is complete, some of us will be here talking. Some of you will be here fighting. Because it is necessary that we talk, it is necessary that we do certain things so that we can move forward. We can do it. Whoever tells you that we cannot do it, it is not true. We can do it. We can transform this country into heaven on earth. I have that conviction because the means are here, the resources are here. All that we need is to reorganize ourselves and become selfless in rendering service to our people. We have to sacrifice. That word, I have always used it here, the word sacrifice. No development can take place in an ex-colony without sacrifice. You have to do with pleasures. You have to do with pleasures, otherwise we cannot move anywhere. The money you use to have your pleasures is the money that must be used to serve the fundamental interests of your people. What do we have to show for our 56 years of sovereignty? What do we have to show for it? My critics will say, Sidia is crazy. I'm not crazy. 56 years of sovereignty in a sovereign country like the Gambia. 57 means somebody is saying 57 now. What do we have to show for it? Big debt, indebted to our neck. To a point that we cannot even pay what we owe. Because when we pay what we owe, we will die. Even though we are paying heavily, but it's not enough. What we are paying is what we should use to bring about development. Somebody will tell me there is no country that has not taken debt. Yes, and there are countries which have never taken debt and they will never take. I know them. In fact, there are countries where they are paying less tax. They don't tax people because they have succeeded in developing the productive sectors of their economy to such a point that there is no need to tax. Money is coming. They are generating revenue. Why do you have to tax people when the land is generating the revenue for the people to be free? That is what we are marching towards. So that country is going to be like that. I see a day, even when I die, even my absence, Gambia will come a day when nobody will pay tax because we'll develop this country in such a way that it will become generative of revenue without tax. Thank you very much, madam.
Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I must thank God the Almighty, the sustainer, and the one who created everything into stages. And I must thank the people of Combois for the trust and confidence reposed on me to represent them in the nation's Bantaba. I must commend them for that worthiness. Honorable Speaker, obviously I must concur with my honorable member for Kiang Central, with regards to these religious issues. I think it's high time for the government to come up with a tangible solution in order to make this matter once and for all, particularly the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government. Honorable Speaker, having said that, the Ministry of Regional Government would like to be very much mindful of the situation in this country with regards to the land grabbing. Honorable Speaker, among villages, the community, and individuals, there are a lot of land grabbing in this country. And I think the ministry has instituted a land commission this land commission should be responsible for issues related to land matters. But unfortunately, as of now, there are issues regarding to these land issues. Up to now, this matter has never been solved. I think it's high time for the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government to please come up with a solution whereby we can able to create this environment for everybody. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I must commend the Ministry for Agriculture, particularly the Minister for Agriculture. The stretch from Pirang to Faraba was a very important stretch, and I believe the minister made a promise that she's going to do her best to ensure that this area has been constructed, and she has done that. I must commend her and thank her so very much for her commitment and foresight. Kudos to the Minister of Agriculture. Honorable, the Minister for Energy have done a great efforts, because not all, but part of the constituencies have been given electricity. And I must thank the government of the day for creating an enabling environment to ensure at least the people of the other region also deserve the national cake. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the Ministry for Water Resources and Natural Resources for giving out boreholes to so many areas in this country. If I could remember, 144 communities was benefited with these boreholes. That include my area. I must thank them so sincerely. I know all the efforts cannot be proved futile, and all the challenges cannot be solved at the same time. But we also have some achievements, and I must commend the minister and the ministry for their efforts to ensure that people have safe drinking water in our areas. Honorable Speaker, coming back to Parliament, I must thank all my colleagues. For the past 5 years, we've been interacting, very cordial relationship together, and I believe we cannot solve all the problem, but part of the problem is solved. Absolutely, I believe people are saying the partisan politics, very true, but that is not very much exercised in this Parliament, because people are very much matured enough to ensure let us work hard for the best interest of this nation. And that's what we are demonstrating, and most of the members are demonstrating. And I believe we will miss each other for the interest of good. But what is important here, let us make sure that this work for the interest of this nation. The country is bigger than everybody. Though we are coming with, we all came through party tickets, but the government goes and comes, but the state institution remains the same. The Republic of the Gambia is one. You can never change that. Therefore, it is incumbent on everybody, particularly the members. Let us all preach peace. Peace is very priceless, and nobody can go without peace. No development can go without can be instituted without peace. Therefore, it is the responsibility for everybody, including all members here, to make sure that when you go to your constituencies, you have to preach peace. Peace should be the order of the day. I'm appealing to all members, please. On that note, Honorable Speaker, we must thank the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, and all the staff in the National Assembly here. One way or the other have contributed immensely toward the success of this legislature. And I must thank honorable ministers, who most of the time they are always here with us, all right, and that give us some answers to certain questions that concerns them. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank everybody, and I must make sure that everybody, whosoever goes to your constituency, you have to preach peace. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it's a moment for reflection. And I will borrow from the Honorable Member for Woolly West. It's equally a moment for self-interrogation. We have served precisely 5 years. And it's the moment when we should reflect on the gains, the challenges, and the way forward. if any of us is fortunate to be re-elected, we should try in as much as possible to consolidate on those gains. And if it happens the other way around, we should be grateful to the Almighty Allah for giving us an opportunity to serve our people to the best of our ability. Honorable Speaker, I want to touch on history just a little. And that is to reflect on 3 key issues. I remember during my first adjournment debate here, I stated that we, and when I say we, that is myself and my colleagues from the same party, would be an opposition with a difference. And I am on record. Why? Being an opposition doesn't necessarily mean we should be seen criticizing the government and not applauding the government for the gains. But instead, we will be ready to applaud the government, support the government should any business come before us in this chamber and is meant to address the welfare of the citizenry. We will give it all the support that it deserves. But we will also be out to criticize and cry foul if it is the other way around. And I believe my colleagues can bear with me and the followers that has been the trend. Honorable Speaker, I remember raising the issue of the road that links Kampant to Balen and the road that leads Sangajo to Dasilame Sirif Kunda. Whether coming back or not, the current Honorable Minister, whether he'll be the person in charge by the time the 6th legislature is in or not, these 2 projects are there to the people of Kansala. Honorable Speaker, I remember also questioning and challenging the presence of the foreign sister forces in Fonyi. And I think what happened during the first week of February should be history, and that history is something that we will all reflect and look at the way forward. Honorable Speaker, it did not tell well, but the 2 key stakeholders, the Honorable Minister for Defense and Interior, are here before me. I must commend them for the interaction and the support and the collaboration during the period. I must equally thank the Chair of the Defense and Security Committee, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the Deputy Chair of the Defense and Security Committee, the Right Honorable Halifa Sallah. That being said, I want to link and recognize the efforts of the following individuals. And to begin with yourself, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, for your intervention during that needy time to the internal displaced people. I thank you and I salute you on behalf of the people of Kansala. In the same vein, I want to recognize the efforts of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense. I equally want to recognize the efforts of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. I equally want to recognize the efforts of the Honorable Minister of Defense. And in terms of institutions, I want to recognize the efforts and the support and collaboration by the Fonyi Agency for Rural Development Fund. All these individuals and institutions have played a pivotal role in supporting and ensuring that the internally displaced people have a peace of mind during those hard moments. Honorable Speaker, I equally want to say this. The Office of the Clerk and the entire staff of the National Assembly have been very supportive, regardless of your position in the National Assembly. We thank and recognize your support. But again, I will come back to this issue of the foreign forces who are in the country. I urge and challenge the government to look to a lasting solution in revisiting whatever agreement that is there. Because, as I said, our people are vulnerable. Vulnerable in the sense that they are in between 2 people or 2 enemies. So they cannot be continued to be used as a human shield. It's unfair and it cannot happen, and we must work together to come up with a lasting solution to this problem. Honorable Speaker, I now move to a colleague a mentor, a coach, and someone who inspired me in my work. In fact, they are two. My current leader of the party, who have once served as a majority leader in this chamber on 2 terms, the Right Honorable Alhaji Fabakary Tombong-Jatta. I must commend him and salute him for all the guidance that he has given me during the period. I want to thank the Right Honorable Halifa Sallah, who have declared that he is not coming back to this chamber. Honorable Speaker, here is a gentleman that I have served as co-leaders of the Inter-Party Committee. Today, the Inter-Party Committee, the partners, UNDP for that matter, is using the Gambian model to make sure that what is happening in the Gambia in terms of the manner in which the Inter-Party Committee is operating happens in the sub-region. And he can bear with me that the resident rep, Aissatou, told us that her colleagues in the region are asking her, how did the Gambia Inter-Party achieve the successes that they have recorded? I remember 2 weeks back when the international idea through the eminent person, Dr. Ibn Chambers, we had a meeting. And these were his words. He said the peace that was attained during the presidential election, the umbilical cord of that peace is the Inter-Party Committee that warranted the sub-region to have interest to come and learn what is actually happening in the Gambia and replicate it in the sub-region. Honorable Co-Chair, I commend and salute you for your guidance, your coaching, and your mentorship. I have no regret being very close to you, and I think I am one of those MPs who have that rare opportunity of sitting with you right in your house to discuss issues of national interest. But I must challenge those who shared your t-shirts for not putting one right before me. I don't think, apart from your party mates, there is any member of this National Assembly who is close to you than me. It doesn't exist. It's our work that dictated that. And I have no regret, and the entire IPC have no regret for that close collaboration that we had with you. Honorable Speaker, we are about to witness the campaign, and this starting point is the nomination. I want to challenge myself, and I want to challenge my colleagues that let us desist from defamatory and inflammatory language. Hate speech would not take us anywhere. Let it be campaign based on issues. That is the only thing that will move this country. And the electorate should be voting based on that. I have no intent to stand in a political platform and call the name of the people that will be contesting the elections with me. I will never do it because I believe I have tried to the best of my ability to serve my people. So I will tell them what I intend doing moving forward. Based on that, it's up to them to either vote me in back or do it the other way around. And again, the IPC, in collaboration with the organizers of the presidential debate in the United States, and the first time it happened in the Gambia, we are working with them to ensure that come the National Assembly elections, there will be debates in town halls. So prepare yourself and know that the IPC is working in close collaboration with the National Democratic Institute, NDI, to ensure that wherever National Assembly aspiring candidates are going to canvass for votes, there will be town hall debates where the electorates will be seated to listen to who really have an agenda that needs to be sold, and the electorates will buy the agenda. We are very hopeful that NDI will sponsor it 100%. In fact, tomorrow, we will finalize on the arrangement. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to thank the people of Kansala, through whom I have also tried to contribute my little quota to all what transpired in these four corners of the chamber. Without them electing me to come and represent them here, I don't think I would have had the opportunity to contribute my little quota to all what transpired during the past 5 years. By extension, I want to thank the Gambian people. Honestly, when I am out of the chamber or I am out of a radio or TV program, the amount of people that will call or we meet in the streets and they will appreciate what I have done, they are many. So I want to thank all the sympathizers. I want to thank all those who were following my deliberations in the National Assembly and in all other platforms for giving me the encouragement to be doing what I was doing during the past. But again, history has it that in the history of Fonyi Kansala, I am the second National Assembly member to represent my people in the opposition. Because the first was the late Honorable Henry Michael Jame. The rest were all serving in the government of the day. And I am the second person to serve in an opposition ticket in the National Assembly. But I think they have the final say to compare and contrast and see who really represented them as far as representation is concerned. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to thank your office. I want to thank the clerk. I want to thank all the deputy clerks for the support and the collaboration during the period. And I think the honorable member for Willie West once said it here, that cabinet should know that we are in it together to move for the betterment of this country. But if they want a war between us, well, we will see who will be the winner at the end of it. I think that has actually sent a message and has given a dramatic change in the manner in which cabinet ministers were responding and reacting to issues that were posed to them by the National Assembly member. I think it has really helped them better understand that we are not enemies, but we are in it together. They have a responsibility, we also have a responsibility. And together, we can move this country to the next level. My colleagues, I appreciate working with all of you, and I know we will miss each other during the period. We pray to the Almighty Allah that may Allah help us realize where our talents lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
With us, being so steady during your time of session, and I also thank your staff also for assisting us. Whatever we request from them, they are always ready to assist us. Madam Speaker, here, my fourth day of deliberating my speech, I first spoke about my consequences of the harbor they are having on the side of the hippos. Today also, that's my end of my session. For the past years, I have been appealing to wildlife and even the defense. Before going to Darfur, at least they try to reduce. I don't say they eradicate all the hippos or kill all the hippos, but at least to reduce them. Without that, Madam Speaker, we cannot have self-food sufficiency. Hippos in our area, they are really harboring the farmers there, and they don't do it at any time, but when the produce are already yet to be harvested. Expecting the next day you will go for harvesting, you will find all the hippos has already taken all your rice, which is a problem to the farmers, and it's always a problem to us, because all the time you expect a bumper harvest, the hippos will take it. Madam Speaker, I cannot go further not to thank the Minister of Agriculture for assisting my communities for a lot of implements such as power tillers, rice threshers, rice harvesters, and even the threshing machines also. Alhamdulillah, the Minister of Agriculture has really assisted my community on time in the side of the rice cultivation areas, where they were able to get some implements for their productions. But Madam Speaker, I also thank the energy, at least for the electricity we are realizing now, at least 24 hours of electricity. Thank to energy on that, but yet still, if they can remember, Madam Speaker, I was all the time talking about others because almost 3/4 of my communities are not benefiting electricity. And there are areas where, they are always closer to Senegal, and those border villages are all the time benefiting the electricity. For them, they can just see the light, but they cannot use the light. So because of that, I still appeal the energy minister to make a follow-up so that those areas at the border can also be connected, just like we had the other villages which are in my constituency. Madam Speaker, on the side of water, according to Sabah Sanjal, I also had a similar thing. Boreholes had been drilled in my area for almost an year now, but yet still the borehole is not used. So I want the minister to set a light on that because they are really in need of water, and it has been there for almost 1.5 years. The borehole has been drilled, but they are not using it. So the other side is about works. Madam Speaker, as far as works is concerned, in terms of road construction, these 400 kilometers, we have been all the time saying in this chamber, none of my communities are benefiting it. There's no single village which this road has come through. The only place maybe they may be saying is about Nyanga Bantang, and that place is just the road to reach at the village so that it can get access to the main road. But my community of Nyani are not benefiting that road. And there is no single road which the government has already stated in my communities which the roads will benefit. So there was an year, the head of state has went up to Dingirai through Ndawen, promised them that there will be a road through there, but yet still we didn't have that road construction. And even just of a recent, the minister was talking about this Batin Hadin Highway Road and other roads. But Madam Speaker, my constituency are not benefiting in any of the access roads. In terms of communication, as far as the mobile system or the GSM is concerned, I have been saying that also for these past 5 years. But still now, most of my villages like Saramala and Faraba and Kataba and other areas just surround the Senegalese border, they are also having a lot of challenges to get access for telecommunication. There, if you want to hear from anybody, you have to hang your telephone on top of the tree so that you can get a telephone, and it's mainly not safe. You can even climb while listening, getting the telephone to get access to it. You may even fall down. So, Madam Speaker, I also have that challenges with the communication system. The other also is about the health. I can say all these problems which have been stated here for the past 5 years, there is no single problem which has been solved. In fact, one of the presidential tour, all my communities were complaining and their needs have been said. Thank God I was there, I stood, and I told them, here are the ministers. The messages you normally tell me, I always tell them in these chambers, but none of them has been solved. And up to now, we had a very good theater at Kuntal Health Post, but that theater is not under use. And I think it's the most sophisticated, well-equipped well-spacious theater, even in Combos here, but it's not being used. It's underutilized. So the health minister, please help us so that that facility can be used. Just day before yesterday, one of my people has a problem with, sorry to say, a hernia. Before he reached here, he passed away. It was even yesterday, I made all efforts so that that guy can return back, but unfortunately he died. So for that reason, and that facility is there, nobody is using it. So please, the health minister, we are appealing so that you can able to help us so that that health center can be used. The other aspect is about, there is a camp at Sametenda. My colleague is not here, but we join together because there's an association they call Nyani Same Association, which they are making a follow-up so that that Ariski camp, where it is located, is at Sametenda, to make it as a skill center. We are making a follow-up to it. We have even talked to the Minister of Higher Education so that it can see how best we can able to get that facility so that it can be a skill center. The tourist sector is also trying all possible means so that they can get access to that facility so that they can make it a tourist camp. But according to the community, according to the association, and according to Nyani Same, the vast majority, I can say all concerned people are interested to be there as a ski center than a tourist center. So for that, Madam Speaker, yes. So, Madam Speaker, I think these are the information I wanted to share with you. Here, we come back into politics. This year, we can say it's just at a closed door to us. The campaign is coming to start, though we are coming to into nomination. But all what I can able to tell my colleagues is that let's be mindful on abuse language. Let's know that here we all are the same family. We are all the same family. So based on that, let's try to keep peace. Peace is everything. Peace is the most needed thing what we can able to achieve. Without peace, there will be no peaceful development. So on that note, Madam Speaker, I think these are the messages I wanted to say. But once again, I can only thank the Ministry of Agriculture for that effort, what they have done in my constituency. Other than that, other ministries, I'm still appealing to them so that they can also see what they can able to do for my constituency. Because there are a lot to be done, especially in terms of access road to other various villages. Places like from Jakaba to Kayai via Jalmakuta, Manna, then to Jalmakoto. And the other one at Dingirai, passing through Ndawen, go to Saramalo, to Kataba, back to Wasu. So if these roads have been able to be constructed, I think it will be a free movement for us, and we can get access to the main hospital, that is the Kuntal Hospital. So on that note, Madam Speaker, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you. Honorable Member, we come back at 4 o'clock. Yes, it's 2:45, so that we can freshen up. We've been sitting down since morning. So we'll just suspend the sitting till 4 o'clock. We will resume at 4 p.m.
Please, Honorable Speaker. 3:30, please. 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. Yes, so I preside today.
Maybe some of the honorable ministers may wish to go and sign, take care of some official matters in the office. So let's come back at 4 o'clock. Let's also be considerate. We're partners. Assume at 4 o'clock. Thank you. You can have
To stand here and thank them. I also like to thank the people of the National Assembly members, my colleagues, and the staff of the National Assembly, because I have learned a lot from them. I have gained a lot of experience from my colleagues and the staff here at large. It is not easy to serve people because I believe that there are many people in my constituency in Banjul Central who are more educated than me, who are more popular than me, but the people of Banjul Central choose to elect me to come and represent them here. And I will make sure that I will continue to do the efforts, do the advocacy for them to have positive development and good laws in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I would like to talk about the condition of the Mile 2 prisons here. We all know that the prison is not in a very good condition. It's definitely not habitable. One main reason is the dump site next to the prison. It is definitely not fair for humans to live next to a dump site, inhaling smoke from the dump site every day, every night. It is not fair. We are not fair to them. And I believe this dump site should be, this prison should be relocated to another place. As far as the dump site cannot be relocated, the prison need to be relocated to another place. The condition of the prisons, we all know. The rooms are not good, the condition is not good totally, and the size is very small. So we need another place which is bigger and move it there, and we need to build a modern one, a standard one for that matter. Each and every inmate will be very comfortable to serve his or her term in the prison. Even if the government cannot move it or don't have the space to build it anywhere around, I believe the juvenile prison, that is the Johnson prison, there is enough space there where a new building can be built. So I'm appealing to the government to do this as soon as possible, because it is our own people who are there, and we don't even know that we will be there tomorrow, God forbid. So everyone can be there, so we have to make that place a better place for inmates to stay there for their period of sentence. Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about government building offices, government offices. Government is spending a lot of money to pay rents. For example, the Minister of Interior, Higher Education, Women Affairs, and the Minister of Environment, they are renting. And I believe we all know that it is very expensive to rent those office spaces for per annum. It is very expensive. For example, I've mentioned this here 2 years ago about the relocation of the Interior Ministry from Banjul to Kotu. When they were in Banjul, they were paying nothing less than $300,000, and they are now paying $3 million. It is very expensive. It is on the high side. So I'm appealing to the government to build new structures to accommodate government departments, ministries, and agencies. Concerning departments and agencies, you cannot name them. Almost all the government departments and agencies are renting. So we have to do something. We have to retire from that to save more money and make sure that those monies are used into other developments. I will not forget to talk about the Christians' Lent, the Lent of the Christians. Their fastings will start day after tomorrow on Wednesday. During the third ordinary session of last year, I talked about it, that they should be given the privilege for their women to be closing at 1:30 or 2 o'clock, to be going home, for them to be able to go home and prepare food to break their fast with their families. So I'm reminding the government to make sure that this will happen this time around, because giving it to Muslims only is not fair. We are all here. We are all Muslims and Christians in the Gambia. So we have to consider them too. So I'm appealing to the government to make sure that this will happen this length. I also want to talk about building at least 2 other new standard and modern stadiums to be able to host in international competitions. As we all know, we will not be able to host our game with Chad in the World Cup qualifying rounds. So we have to do something to retire from these things. This independent stadium, it's more than 30 years now, and there has not been major renovation or maintenance. It has been only minor ones. And people tend to blame the management of the stadium, but I will not blame them because government didn't give them the enough funds or resources to be able to do a major maintenance at the independent stadium. So I'm appealing to the government to do that and to consider constructing other 2 new ones, one in Banjul here in the capital city and one in West Coast. At least we have one in KMC here that will help Gambia to participate in international competitions. We have qualified in the African Cup of Nations for the first time, and I believe we'll continue to be qualifying. And we don't want to be qualifying, playing in other host nations. We also want to be hosting. So at least government should do something so that in the near future we'll be able to host the African Cup of Nations. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that I would like to pray for each and every member here who wish or wants to contest again in the upcoming parliamentary elections to be re-elected, because we have been working together in a very mature and in a very civilized manner. Though sometimes we tend to argue, we tend to differ, we tend to have different ideas or different beliefs, but at the end of the day, we see that Gambia is first, and we always do that. And I really want to see my friends back. We are all family. I would love to see one like Honorable Member for Bakau, who is my twin brother, who is my friend. I would also like to see my Fonyi guys, my Fonyi people, and my friend Honorable Bakemjai, and everyone to come back to serve the people, because really we all have the intention to move the Gambia from one level to another. Almost all of us serve only one term. It is only 3 people or 4 who have served 2 terms here. So I believe the people of the Gambia should give chance to each and every member who wishes to come back or who wishes to contest to retain his or her seat, to come and continue the great job that they have been doing. So I'm appealing to each and everyone and wishing everyone to have a very successful campaign. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyani.
For being a great family for the last 5 years. And unfortunately, Honorable Honorable Sallah is not around, because I would have wanted him to hear the nice words that I had for him coming from the bottom of my heart. He's been a mentor and a great teacher, and just seeing him on the floor was heartwarming, because we knew that the assembly was in good hands. It would have been great to see him back, not only as a member, but as a speaker of this parliament. I think that would take this parliament to where we would want it to be. We thank him from the bottom of our hearts for the services to the nation. I would also want to thank especially my minority leader, who's reservedly been a great leader and a great friend to me. Honorable Minority Leader, I thank you. Special thanks goes to my constituency, Banjul South, for having the trust and giving me the opportunity to serve them. I stood under a party But my campaign was driven by the community, Team Tahawal Banjul, whom I must mention before my last day in the 5th legislature. I must thank them immensely. And to the women of Banjul, I give them special thanks. Being only 3 elected members, female elected members in this parliament, I tried my best to open the gates for more women to come. Yes, the Gambia has been blessed with female vice presidents, with now a female speaker. I think we've had 2 or 3, if I'm mistaken, female speakers. But I think 2022 has been the first time that an attempt has been made in this great nation of ours to empower women by opening the doors and enlarge the number of female representatives in this parliament. Unfortunately, it was negated against our own standing orders. Madam Speaker, my journey started in 2017 when I was voted in office. In August 2017, I established my foundation, named after my beloved grandparents and the street that I grew up in, called Yai Denton. And through that foundation, I empowered women, children, and the vulnerable people of Banjul. And I proudly stand here to say that I have 5 students at the University of the Gambia. I have 8 students at MDI. I have 12 students at the Presentation Girls Vocational Center. Madam Speaker, all that has been through the salary that I have collected from the last 5 years in this August Assembly. Madam Speaker, when I decided to run for office, it wasn't to look for a job. It was to share some of the privileges I had growing up, knowing that there is no structured welfare system in this country. Madam Speaker, I came to this parliament thinking that I could be part of the change to help change some lives of people in my constituency. And thank God, I can at least say that I have done my part. Madam Speaker, as a woman, I do not want to be seen as the tree hiding the forest for other women. Madam Speaker, I always look forward to being the forest and looking at the interest of all other women. Sometimes I feel grateful that I have never seen hardship in my life. That doesn't mean I do not feel hardship of other people. Madam Speaker, that was the reason I gave up my job to be a representative of the people. And Madam Speaker, I have not regretted coming to this parliament. I have not regretted knowing the people that I know today, being exposed, Madam Speaker, internationally and domestically. Madam Speaker, the reason I said I thank people of Banjul South is not because they elected me, but because they also became my sons and my daughters. Madam Speaker, we have witnessed many bills like you have listed, the Pensions, the Persons with Disabilities Act, the Women's Enterprise Fund, Madam Speaker, the CRC, and all that. Unfortunately, the CRC was thrown out from this assembly. And like my honorable member, my honorable colleague from Banjul North always keeps emphasizing, we pledge to ourselves to see a new constitution. Madam Speaker, in 2016, when we ushered a new government, we promised the people some changes. Madam Speaker, the Constitution was one of them. Civil service reforms were one of them. Security sector reforms were one of them. Madam Speaker, I would love to see a Gambia fulfill all those promises. And I promise myself, when I come back, Madam Speaker, I will take up from the Constitution Amendment Bill that was started, and I would make sure that it becomes law, Madam Speaker, to open the gate for more women to come to this parliament. It's not only coming to this parliament. More women coming to this parliament give more opportunity, give more economic development, and hence country progression, Madam Speaker. We have signed international protocols that call for women empowerment. Madam Speaker, we did not only sign them for the sake of signing them. We signed them to make sure they are implemented. Madam Speaker, I would feel ashamed to go back to the women internationally, face them, and tell them that our bill to empower women was thrown out. Madam Speaker, I think as women, we must try and endeavor to work and empower women. And I promise myself, I will always do that. Madam Speaker, like I said, what we do, we made sacrifices, Madam Speaker. And elections is coming. People are going to tick the boxes as to what we have contributed in our respective constituencies. I am proud to say that during my tenure, Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President has repaired the streets of Banjul South. Yes, it is through government, but it is also under my tenure. And I will also take ownership, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, nothing is done by the government without the approval of the budget. Madam Speaker, it is through here that the government can fulfill all their obligations. So it is a partnership. We disagree to agree, but the disagreement is not personal. It is for the country's development. Madam Speaker, I am a person of integrity. I stand my grounds, I respect my principles, and I don't compromise what I stand for, because I believe that if a person believes in something and compromises what they believe in, then that person is not genuine. And I personally do not compromise what I believe in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you also mentioned that we enacted 53 bills into law, including the appropriation bills, which we do annually. But Madam Speaker, the private members' bills that we passed in this assembly, one of them thanks to our honorable minority leader, people might say that one of them directly benefited us. So that was done for us, Madam Speaker. What I would want to see the 6th legislature do is to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we come up with private members' bills, like Honorable Woolley West said, to make sure that people that we represent understand what we talk about in this August Assembly. Madam Speaker, 80% of Gambians in the rural areas do not understand English. We are sitting here basically talking to ourselves. And when we go, they see us on TV with the mic red. They say, oh, deputy, they don't know what we are saying. So, Madam Speaker, we should also look into that, Madam Speaker, and make sure that what we do does not represent our parties, but reflect directly on the people that we represent. Madam Speaker, Gambia is a very poor country. But if we look at our officials you will think that Gambia is a rich country. Madam Speaker, the cars that our officials drive, the way that we lavish the mega resources that we have, Madam Speaker, like Honorable Woodley West has said, we can be a developed nation if there is the political will, if we have good governance. But Madam Speaker, we are still not in the right trajectory. Madam Speaker, for me to have taken my salary for the last 5 years to complement the social security service, social security system that a government should have done, Madam Speaker, is quite sad. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, we have a private clinic. I have an account at that clinic, Madam Speaker, for people in my constituency. Few months ago, Madam Speaker, we had a child that was stabbed in my constituency. He had surgery and he was being fed by a tube, Madam Speaker. 2 days later, he was discharged from the hospital. We found him at home, Madam Speaker. We had to pay for his hospital bills in a private clinic, and it should be government's responsibility. But because the people of Banjul South trusted me to represent them, Madam Speaker, I could not watch that child die. Had it been my child, I would have treated them. That's why I treated. So the honorable ministers are here. Please, let us be truthful to our oaths. Let us look at our portfolios. Make sure that we serve this country. Make sure that we look at the children of this country like our own, treat them with the resources of this country, not treat these resources as our own, because they are not ours. They are something that we share, something that we must protect for the interest of our citizenry, not for our own personal interest. And Madam Speaker, last but not the least, I am urging for Banjul South to go out. I got 58% of the votes last time. I want 80%. And Madam Speaker, be rest assured, if I come back, I will serve them better than I did my last 5 years. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable nominate. This is how Allah created this world. Maybe if we go to next world, we all go to Jannatul Firdaus. It will not end. But this world, everything must end. Whether we like it or not, whether we do something good, people like me, I may be doing something very bad in this National Assembly. But look at it, now it is ending. I may be doing something very good in this National Assembly, but look at it, it is ending. So, that being the case, I thank Allah the Almighty for allowing us to be here up to this time. We were here in 2017. Nobody knew. We didn't know each other. Me, the only people I knew were Honorable Banjul South, Honorable Banjul Central, and Honorable Banjul North, and Wuli, and then Serekunda, and then only few people. Yakuma, I didn't know Yakuma that much. The same thing happens to Kadi. I didn't know Honorable Nyasi. I didn't know Honorable Baji. But look at it, now we are families. We are families. We know each other for 5 good years. What were we doing? What was the legacy that we were talking about? And what about the history that we were all talking about? Anytime I stand here to make an adjournment debate, I talk about legacy, I talk about priorities, I talk about strategies, you name them. But now I am happy that when I listen to the radio, I hear people talking about priorities. I say, aha, now it is coming. So that is the essence of it. That is the essence of it. And I thank the National Assembly members, everybody, starting from the service. I'm not counting anybody's name, but I want to thank everybody for allowing me to leave a good legacy, which is the Disability Act. It is ours. If I happen to be talking throughout, I also thank the government as well. Because if I happen to be standing here talking, and deaf ear was given to it, things will not work. We have seen some things that are giving deaf ear. Things are not working. We have to be honest. I thank His Excellency the President for putting the trust on me. I'm not the only person with disabilities here. And I am a woman. I have a visual impairment. But with all that, I was nominated to sit here. If I am talking, I don't know who is looking at me. But if people are talking, I cannot see them. But if I am talking, everybody will look at me and know that this is the one who is talking. So that being the case, I thank everybody, and especially the President, for nominating me. Because if you look at, for me, all the constituencies are my constituency. Because if you look at all the constituencies, there are persons with disabilities. And I can remember my late chairperson, Mohamed Kora, may his soul rest in perfect peace. When we went to social welfare, and I found that it was only physically challenged that we are catered for. It came to my mind and I asked, Mohamed, why is it that only physically challenged are catered for? What he told me was that this is not from the government. This is from Emos Foundation in Sweden or Denmark. Though these are the ones who are sponsoring. So I said, what about our organizations? What are we doing? He said, if you see us having all this little development, it's because of our organizations. I said, and what about the government? He said, you are much younger, but you always ask questions. So for me, that is why when I came here, I was thinking about all these questions that I was asking to my late president, Mohamed Kora. He was our president of the Gambia Organization of the Visually Impaired, and then after the chairperson of the federation. We started the federation. By that time, I was much younger. Wherever they're going, they always come and pick me up. Sometimes my parents will say no. And Mohammed will sit, Honorable Serekunda will witness me. They will sit to make sure that my parents allow me to go. I was not the only person with disabilities. But wherever we go, people will want to see me and they just want me to go. It's not me, it's the Gambians. The Gambians who made me what I am and who I am today. So I will leave no stone unturned by putting my efforts, my abilities, everything to the Gambia. Even if I know that if I do something, I will die, I make sure that I do this development and die. So that being the case, we are all here, and today is our last session. Hopefully, some of you may come back. Hopefully, some of you may not come back. But what I am praying is that may all of you here stay in this fifth legislation to be back, including the speaker, everybody to come back and we be together. Because we need another term, because of what we started, it has to be completed. Look at what we started. We started to call the finance minister to come here and sit the whole day sweating. We asked him questions. What is this? What are we going to do with this? We call Her Excellency, the Vice President, to come here sweating. We ask her questions. And these are very diplomatic people. So, as everybody used to say, this National Assembly is not a small thing. For me, I was thinking that ministers are higher. Because when I was nominated and my people came to me, everybody came to me, and what they were telling me is that this is the first thing, you may be a minister. And I was so happy. I tell them, amen, amen, I will be the minister. But when I came, I knew that I don't want to. If I am going away, let me not be a minister. But what I did, where I am now, is higher than being a minister. So, hoping and praying that this Gambia will live in harmony. Honorable Speaker, peace is priceless. And politics should not make us to be enemies. We should not be enemies. If we create any chaos in this country, persons with disabilities are around, elderly people are around. People will not have food to eat. And do you think those persons who created this, where will they put themselves? Me, I will never forgive anybody on earth who is creating chaos in this country for us to have otherwise. Because our people are here. We want to enjoy our Disability Act. And we want to make sure that we have a good policy in this act so that persons with disabilities will enjoy. But if we want to create problems, do you think persons with disabilities will enjoy our act? We will never. And any other thing that happens, nobody will enjoy the Gambia. And the Gambia has been a smiling coast, and we want it to continue to be a smiling coast. I am calling for everybody, including myself, to nurture peace. After nurturing peace, then we look for ways and means of creating development. Development is very essential. We need nothing but development. We need our country to be developed. We don't need the social medias where persons will go and insult each other. That is not what we want. Insulting will never create any development. Insulting will create hatred. But hate speeches will create hatred. And that is what we are all looking forward to. If you talk about development, let's talk about sustainability. Sustainability. In our hall, we have started it, but I don't think I'll be able to continue. We have started to expand it for sustainability. But I cannot continue, and I'm looking forward for even the president to come across and see what he can do for our hall, for Govi Resource Center. We have a hall where you know that it was started by some philanthropists. And then later on, I also involved, but I cannot do it all. Now what is left is the toilets and then some finishing. Maybe people will go there and visit and see what I am talking about. And everybody, the vice president, the ministers, everybody should go to Govi and see what we are doing there. Because we don't have any other place for persons with disabilities. Even the federation is hosted by Govi. Do you know why? We were all together. Persons with visually impaired, we were together. We came to, even if we have our meetings, we'll make sure that we contribute for our organizations to develop, plus the philanthropists who are coming, and plus some other supports from the tourism industry. That is where we are. Even for the federation to have their land is a problem. The federation is hosted by Govi. And do you know why it is hosted by Govi? We open our hands for people to come. Some persons with disabilities may say some words that they should not even say, but I will not mind them. I'll make sure that persons with disabilities will prosper. And that is what I will put in mind, whether my mom and dad are insulted. Because I want persons with disabilities to prosper. Do you know why? The mighty diabetes is here. The mighty hypertension is here. Everything is here. Accidents are here. And persons with disabilities, if this country is full with persons with disabilities, who will help us? It's better we rehabilitate that if you have a disability, there must be other avenues where you know that your disabilities will help you. So that being the case, whoever has a disability, if we have a good disability rehabilitation center, persons with disabilities will not be isolated anymore. And this is my wishes. Even if I am dying today, I go home and die at home. Let everybody call persons with disabilities to come and pray for me. And then what you will write, to put it in my graveyard together with it, that all persons with disabilities should be prosper. And we all here, all of us, in one way or the other, we all have disabilities in one way or the other. Some are short, some are tall, some are absent-minded, some are hot-tempered. It happens. And when all those things happen, you have at least one type of disabilities in one way or the other. Some are short-sighted. Some are long-sighted, some are totally blind, some are visually impaired. Look at what is happening. Sometimes you grow up with your limbs, and all of a sudden one of them is gone, or even two, or your leg and your hand is gone. So where are we? It's only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who is capable of what he is. Who is capable of what he is. That being the case, I want to thank my family, my husband, my child who have been with me since childhood. Wherever I go, he will follow me. Mata, thank you. May Allah pay you. Wherever I go, you are with me. I thank you very much and hope that your children will do this for you. I thank everybody. Everybody I thank. And it is always difficult to say goodbye. But we have to say goodbye to each other. And whenever we meet each other, we will make sure that we embrace each other. Let us have that in mind. Keep on embracing each other. Even we continue with our group chat. We chat that we are from the National Assembly. We were the 5th legislature. I thank my husband sincerely. Wherever I go, sometimes he will follow me. All my children, they all follow me. They will not say that my mom has a visual impairment or whatever. They all take me as their role models. And we have seen some people, some children of persons with disabilities. That is why I always say that we want to assist them. Because I know what is happening. I know what is happening. Wherever you go, you see persons with disabilities. We are at the bottom of the table. Persons with disabilities are at the bottom of the table. That is why we need representation. We should have representation everywhere. We should advise, we should make sure that everywhere we are, they make sure that we are put in that place. Some of us, at least, who know something, at least, to advise the government, the NGOs, everywhere, to make sure that persons with disabilities can do something. Do you know why? We do our work wholeheartedly. And we have good minds for everybody. Let us have good intentions too.
This country. Honorable Speaker, I will also thank the Office of the Clerk, who are our technicians, for a job well done. They are never tired. As long as we are here, we are with them. Honorable Speaker, I will also thank the media fraternity, because whatever we discuss here, without them, it cannot be disseminated to the general population. And they have been here also with us for all time. Honorable Speaker, your farewell statement almost covered whatever we are discussing here, because you being the head of the institution, actually, if you give a farewell statement, it will actually cover everything that we are discussing here. I have been listening since in the morning. All those who spoke actually seem extracted from your farewell statement. So I thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, this assembly came in April 2017 with 6 political parties, 1 independent. Up to date, Honorable Speaker, we are working harmoniously to see how this country develops. As you mentioned in your statement, 53 bills were passed in this assembly for the past 5 years. And any member who approves any of this bill, his intention for the bill to improve the lives of the Gambian people. None of us went for election just to see that your constituency is underdeveloped. We all came here to make sure that our constituency, we represent the people who elected us. Unless and until it may be the issue of caste, lack of enough caste for the state. This is why today other members, their area is being developed. Then you have other members, their area is not developed. And then I think the executive who are responsible of policies and program will try to look at that trajectory of development. Honorable Speaker, I will come back and thank my colleagues for the past 5 years. We are here. We have seen other parliament where you have only 2 political parties. You see the controversies that happen in those parliaments. But here, I can say it is very difficult for you to see any of us actually even arguing bitterly. And then I think, thanks to our beautiful culture too, it also actually may actually improve certain things. Because if I should look at Honorable Member Fonyani, the first thing I would consider what is within me and him is whether he is older than me or I'm older than him. This is how we approach here one another. Honorable colleagues, I thank you. Whatever was presented here at the floor of the House, for me, I believe there was nothing like partisan. It depends what is the opinion of that of the member on what is presented. If it was about partisan, always we will have chaos within this assembly, but that does not exist. Honorable Speaker, I would still thank the members of the National Assembly of the Gambia. If we know the burden, I serve as a member of parliament for 2 terms. National Assembly members of this country, Honorable Speaker, they are everything. The member for Banjul South have already outlined some of the issues, some of the sponsors he was doing. There is no National Assembly member here in this assembly. In one way, you did not pay for a hospital bill or you did not pay for a scholarship. In one way, either you develop a foundation or they will come individually, you give them their go. This is how the National Assembly members of this country survive. It is very hard. Any of the National Assembly to go with his salary for 1 week. 1 week is finished. They serve as fathers, they serve as mothers, they serve as brothers. Honorable colleagues, I thank you for your fantastic representation. Honorable Speaker, when you read your statement, you outlined some challenges. These challenges, I will throw it to the finance minister, who is a very close working mate of the National Assembly. I don't think it will be fair for us to be looking for a donor to come and build offices for members. Let us use state funds. Let us use state funds to build offices for National Assembly members. And then I think the finance minister is here sitting down. I believe by his next budget, he will try and then have a development budget for the National Assembly, for this National Assembly, so that members of parliament who is representing the population of this country are having offices where they can work without any hindrance. You find them here, even when they engage their, their constituent members here, you will find them sitting at the corridor there. Or we will all go and then fit on in the 2 offices we have. I think it is high time for the executive, definitely, especially the finance minister, you consider factoring in the budget. If not, by next time, maybe you will find it difficult to pass your budget. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we have enacted 53 bills. Motions, we did not calculate motion and grants. We have seen the massive development that happened in this country for the past 5 years. You can start it from Basse. You can count series of infrastructural development that has happened in this country. And it could have not been happened without the approval of this National Assembly. This is why sometimes if you see the electorate are accusing their National Assembly members, you don't do anything, sometimes it's funny. Because any development that happens in this country, any development, whether infrastructure whatsoever, it must be approved here. And the approving is done by all of us. So any road construction that is done in Passé, a member of all entire constituencies definitely contributed. Because there was no a day, the executive came with their policy that is affecting the member for Woodley West. I said, no, it's because it is affecting the member for Woodley West. I disagree. We don't operate like that. So, Honorable Speaker, I think I will not definitely belabor the House. You have a lot of members, but I think this is what I have to say. I will be actually very precise. It's just to thank my colleague. Again, we are going for election. Honorable members, if it was not the law that, okay, we all have to go back to recontest the election, it was just to handpick. We are all going to come back, because I don't see anything that happened for the past 5 years, maybe that would warrant some of us actually not to come back. We were here, all what we were doing here is to make sure that the interest of the country is achieved. Honorable Speaker, before I take my seat, I will join my colleague also to congratulate the member for Serekunda. We all see for the past 5 years, not only that, in fact, before he came to Parliament, we see how he definitely stands for his country. There was a time when I heard him speaking, saying, at the age of 15, he started struggling to see that this country have developed to a level, we have a better system of government or a better development in this country. And then, Honorable Speaker, I think whether it will be you or any the incoming speaker, it's high time we develop an insignia so that veterans people like this, if they are going, they are decorated with that insignia, so that anytime they found that insignia in their table, their memory will actually refresh what has happened back. And then I think you, Honored Speaker, you can definitely start with it. You start with a signature, any of the veterans who are going, he is decorated with his insignia. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, let me first of all congratulate you for the wonderful statement you made this morning in this Parliament. The statement covers almost all aspects of the life of this Parliament within these 5 years. You highlight the challenges and the success. The statement is a wonderful one. So I thank you very much for ably delivering this statement of this nature to the outgoing parliamentarians. And this is history, this will remain as history. Madam Speaker, after having said that, let me also thank the Office of the Clerk, together with all other serving members, officers under him in this administration. They have done well. We are with them for 5 years, and then at least they have done their best, giving the National Assembly members the opportunity of training and so many other opportunities that one can arrange for your National Assembly. I am most grateful to the clerk and the entire staff of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, National Assembly is a very, very important institution. Without National Assembly, nothing works in the country. So as a result, I think government should look into the welfare of National Assembly members, especially with regards to their office accommodation. This is very important. National Assembly members without office accommodation is certainly uncalled for. And I'm appealing to the government. The Vice President is here with us. I think this is an issue that they should certainly take up to make sure that National Assembly members' welfare are being looked into. Madam Speaker, after having said that, I think I will come straight onto the issue of health, Madam Speaker. Health in this country is really a problem. We have been hearing people complaining almost all over the health situation, all over our health centers, our hospitals are under-equipped. The materials are not there. So it is the responsibility of the government to make sure that at least these problems are seriously looked into, because health is very important for any nation. Madam Speaker, having said that, I will go straight onto the Ministry of Petroleum Energy. Madam Speaker, mining is under the ministry, and mining is our resources. It's our natural resources of this country. If a license is issued to an ordinary citizen to mine our sand, our natural resources, I think government should certainly look into this issue and try to review it, especially with the black sand at Kombosanya. Mining should give this country a lot of money that the country will use to carry out some of our developments. But if it is in the hands of private people enriching themselves, government is struggling for its development programs. We go in for loans and grants. When our natural resources is here, we give it to people to exploit it and enrich themselves when the country is suffering. I think this situation needs to be revisited and looked into. It's a very important issue. We can develop this country with some of our resources if they are properly managed. Madam Speaker, on the side of the Defense and Security, Interior Minister, Madam Speaker, when this unfortunate incident happens in Buyam, Komfonyi, Kansala, the Committee on Defense and Security sees it as a matter of urgency. We take it upon ourselves to invite all the security heads, including the two ministers, Minister of Interior and Minister of Defense. They all came with their technicians, including the Director General of NIA, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of this country, and all senior officers, including IGP. The Committee on Defense and Security, all members take this matter very serious, and all of them were in attendance. The issue was discussed. What is the cause of this? And some explanations were given. Madam Speaker, it is the Parliament that should make this country to move. After having done that meeting, so many recommendations were made. They have explained themselves to the best of their knowledge. And the cause of this unfortunate incident that's happened. It is indeed a situation where we all should not allow such a thing to happen in this country. The security of this country lies with our security officials, Minister of Interior and Minister of Defense. So as a result, they should try to make sure that things should not happen that will bring problem in this country. And now meeting with them, they were very honest with us. They have given us explanations. the explanations that are satisfactory, and the entire committee members, including the vice chair of the committee, Honorable Sallah of Serakunda, was in attendance. Every member of the committee was in attendance, because we take it as a matter of urgency, and it's a very important issue affecting or happening in our country. Madam Speaker, having said that, I will go to the Ministry of Local Government. Madam Speaker, there are a lot of land problems in these countries, especially some of the alcalos are issuing land that cause a lot of problem between the people. The Minister of Local Government should certainly look into this issue to try to regulate, to put in a mechanism that will bring about peace in our country. There are a lot of land problems in this country that are to be solved. After having said that, Madam Speaker, I go to Gamtel, Madam Speaker. Gamtel in the First Republic is one of the best in this country, in the sub-region. One of the best in the sub-region. Our own telecommunication company, Gamtel. But where we are today, what is happening with Gamtel? Even the proper internet service cannot be provided to the Gambian people. When the other private companies came in and they developed themselves, they go up to a level whereby they provide an effective service more than our own national company. I think something is wrong somewhere. We need to make sure that, or the government needs to look into this issue very seriously to make sure that at least Gamtel is back on the track. Madam Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of this country. That's the common saying. And without agriculture, without developing agriculture, investing on agriculture, Madam Speaker, we still have a long way to go. A nation that cannot feed itself or its citizens, when of course we have the potential. Our river Gambia is there for us. Our land is there for us. But what is happening? What is the problem? I think government should seriously consider agriculture issue, because this is only the way out that will help this country to develop. If we cannot feed ourselves, all what we are eating is imported things coming from abroad, taking all our foreign exchange. How do you expect us to develop? We cannot develop on grants and loans. They will help. They will help. They will take part of it. But I think we should try to look into agriculture very seriously. The river Gambia is there. Our rice cultivation areas, for instance, CRR alone can feed this country. But what's happening, Madam Speaker, any project that comes into this country, the sustainability is a problem. After some time, it will all go on down. Let's try to call a national conference of a program feeding the nation under the Ministry of Agriculture, and all stakeholders to be engaged, including this parliament, to draw a program that will help us to develop agriculture in whatever means. If we cannot do that, we are just wasting our time. We have to feed ourselves. The land is there, the water is there. We can grow rice and feed ourselves. We can grow maize and feed ourselves. We can grow kush and feed ourselves. Why still banking on these foreign aids and loans? I think something needs to be done on this matter. And I think the only problem, government should try to call a national conference, Operation Feed Your Nation, so that at least we will be able to solve some of our problems. Madam Speaker, coming on to Environment Minister, Madam Speaker, our forests are all destroyed and there is no replacement. I think tree planting exercise of each and every citizen of this country should be carried out so that we can rehabilitate our forests, bring our forests back to the conditions in which it should be. People make money out of our forest, destroy our forest, and as we now here, I'm standing here, all our forests are all been destroyed. People are talking about even Kiang West. The forest there is being destroyed by individuals for making money for themselves. This country, what is happening, Madam Speaker, I think we see ourselves first than Gambia. That is our problem. And then we should try to avoid that. Change the attitude to make sure that at least we develop this country. Madam Speaker, having said that, I think I need not to take take the whole time of the House. I think you have indicated the job of this Parliament for the past 5 years, what this Parliament has done. In your statement, I think anybody who listened to this statement will know that 5th Legislature Parliament has done wonderfully well. And the Parliament is a very strong institution. And of course, our institutions in this country need to be strengthened. They need to be strong. If we have strong institutions, government comes and go, politician comes and go, but institutions remain. In the US, President Donald Trump was a strong somebody, but he cannot penetrate the institutions. Institutions are there. Some of the things that he wants to do, he wants to interfere with some of the institutions, but he cannot because they are strong. I see no reason why Gambia also should not have a strong.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable. Your time is up.
Much especially my constituency executive for bestowing the trust in me in these 5 years. I must thank the late alkali of my area and the current one, all the women folks, chairmen, youths, among others. I must thank them all. And I also must thank them for building the trust and confidence in me that they wanted to re-elect me again. Of course, I'm not forgetting the Operation Frontline, who are very strong youths, who stood for my constituency to see that the constituency is a free crime zone, Madam Speaker. I must also thank 2 strong youths of my constituency, who is Sheikh Sibi and Ibrahim Akoli, who make the flag of the Gambia to go higher by playing the under-17 match in national team. Madam Speaker, today, 5th legislature, we came here as number of 58. We are leaving this chamber with a number of 56. 2 among us were not with us. I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant them the highest Jannatul Firdaus and all the departed souls. Madam Speaker, we are saying goodbye, Madam Speaker, but may this goodbye not be only momentary. May the coming days bring us all a success, both personally and professionally. Madam Speaker, Honorable Magasi and Honorable Halifa Sallah, who don't want to come back again. We will miss having them around us, but we cannot hold them back. Madam Speaker, monthly targets and performance will come and go, but the memories of working with colleagues like them will always remain with us. Madam Speaker, I wanted to highlight some concerns in my constituency that I think we should discuss. Madam Speaker, migration. Madam Speaker, Gambians and non-Gambians continue to pay a heavy price to migration. But this one, the saddest part of it is 3 young youths from my constituency left Talinding on the 8th of December, attempted to go to Europe through the back way. None of them came back, by the name of Fatumata Sise and Lamin Sise and one Nyaling Sanyang. Up to date, we are searching for these young youths and they were nowhere to be found. So I think this is a continental approach that we all need hands in decks to see that we do away with this migration. Madam Speaker, again, another youth, a very promising youth by the name Omar Tamba, involved in a car accident. This boy was a goalkeeper who is playing in nearly all the 9 teams in Talinding. But unfortunately, he traveled to Fonyi to pay a visit to the family, and he got accident, and the hand was amputated. And I'm calling on the entire ministry and the government to came to his aid to help this boy, because he cannot do anything now without the help of his colleagues. Madam Speaker, again, there is a Q-cell antenna at the Talinding buffer zone, which my community raised concern about, because the antenna is paying some amount to the council, but the community is not benefiting. And I feel it's high time, let me raise the concern to the honorable ministers or the line ministry that is concerned, so that they can map out the situation. Madam Speaker, finally, there is a serious land dispute in my community with the villagers and one Mr. Ture, which I would like to call on the attention of the Honorable Minister of Land or any other parties that are concerned to help me enter into any dialogue before it gets out of hand. Madam Speaker, I think finally, members have raised concern about the issue of high price in basic commodities and house rent, which I felt I need to throw my weight there, Madam Speaker. I believe with regards to the house rents, we all need a collective responsibility, because there are some houses that are in KM, which were constructed when a bag of cement was $25. But these house owners were charging $3,000 or $5,000 for a house rent. I think it's a case for concern, and we all need it needs an attention of everyone. So, Madam Speaker, on that note, I feel so emotional today, and I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the leadership you have demonstrated during these past 5 years. Really, it's not easy serving us by sitting in that chair. It's not something that is very easy. When you have the like of Honorable Sekuba Jaju, Honorable Babagale Jallo and Honorable Dabu. Every now and then with a point of order, Madam Speaker, here and there. Madam Speaker, we thank you, and we can tell you that we have learned a lot under your leadership. You have contributed immensely in reshaping the democracy of this parliament. Madam Speaker, we thank you. Madam Speaker, let me also seize this opportunity to thank the member of Serekunda for his time that he has spent serving this great country of ours, that's the Gambia. Madam Speaker, please allow me to pay a personal tribute to Honorable Member of Serekunda. Madam Speaker, the veteran Honorable Member of Serekunda, for his dedication and commitment to Gambia and her people. He served this country with his utmost best and honesty. He did great for this country. I worked together with him in these chambers and also in the same committee called PEC. But I really know the type of person he is when it comes to leadership. Honorable Speaker, as said by member of Bundung, that Honorable Member of Serekunda is retiring from the active politics, but we are still appealing to him to still continue to serve his country. And I know that he will continue to do that. And to the clerk of this National Assembly, please work in hand with Honorable Member for Serekunda. He can still contribute a lot. Work with him. He will still continue to receive the democracy, the rule of law, and the good governance of this country. Honorable Speaker, let me also seize this opportunity to thank the Minister for Lands and Regional Government for providing the people of Abuko with a cemetery. The people of Abuko have cried loud for the past 10 to 15 years about the issue of a cemetery. But thanks to him, today that issue has been resolved. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, let me also quickly talk about the crisis that we are having in Greater Banjul area. That is the low water pressure within Greater Banjul area. Madam Speaker, if you go to Latrikunda Saviji, you go to Fajikunda, Tabokoto, Piccadilly, and Abuko, there are women that only have access to water at a very late night, 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning. And this has been going on for the past 2 to 3 years. And up till now, there is no remedy to this situation. Since we are having the Vice President here, despite the fact that the Minister of Energy is not around, but the Vice President is here. And this doesn't only limit at the people of Latrikunda Sabiji. You go to Talinding, it's the same cry. Some part of Bundung, Serekunda West, Serekunda, and some part of Bakau is all the same. The low water pressure. And the people of KMC cannot live without water. It is a high time for government to come with a plan B. If the one we have in place right now, if that is not working, they have to come with a plan B to solve the water crisis that we are experiencing in KMC. Madam Speaker, you go to KMC, you talk to some people who will tell you that it's been days, we do not even have a drop of water from our taps. So the Vice President is here. The people of KMC, not only Latrikunda Sabiji, but the people of KMC is calling upon the government to do something about this in as soon as possible, because we cannot live without water. Madam Speaker, from there also, let me quickly talk about the price of the basic commodities in our market. Madam Speaker, what doubts me most is that you go to the market today, you buy something at the cost of $10 from the same product. Go there the next day, they will charge you $12 or $13. A surplus of $3 on top of the goods that they're selling. It is not a new product that they have, but the old one that they have. And yet still, government is not talking about it. Madam Speaker, what we are experiencing in our markets, look, yes, we have a system that we cannot impose a price on people to sell their products. But if that system is not working, what did we do? We have to change the system that we have in place. It cannot be like business as usual. The Ramadan is just fast approaching. It is really not fair. You cannot just go to a market today, buy a bottle of water, $10, tomorrow you go, the same water from the same shop is telling you that this bottle of water is $13. For what? We all understand the issues that we are facing. You go to the international market, we know what is happening. COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19, we all know what it is doing. But also sometimes we have to blame ourselves. Just last week, we have a performance audit report from GPA, Gambia Ports Authority. And the customers are complaining that when their goods come, it will be at the port or at the sea for some days, for more than how many days, and then they end up paying demurrage. And those demurrage that they pay, they also add that one on top of the goods that they sell. And then people like me, and then the poor voters will just pay the price. I think we have to do something about that. Gambia Ports Authority need to redouble their efforts. Gambia Ports Authority definitely need to redouble their efforts. Then, and also Minister of Finance. GPA is on the Minister of Finance, and I'm happy that Minister of Finance is here. And the Minister of Trade also, they're here. So these are issues that we need to solve. These are very important issues that need to be solved as soon as possible. We cannot let it go like that. It's not something that we cannot do. Yes, we can do something about this. Gambia government can do something about this issue. You look at that performance audit report, telling you that, when our containers overstay, we pay demurrage, and this demurrage also, we will add it on top of the goods. Some of them will tell you that we even find it difficult to locate our containers. And as a result, we pay extra, and whenever we pay extra, and that extra money that we pay on top of the container, we charge it on goods. At the end of the day, the poor Gambian people suffered for that. That cannot continue. We have to change the way that we are operating in this country, Madam Speaker. From me, Honorable Sekumaro, right down to the Speaker of the National Assembly, the honorable ministers, everybody, we need to redouble our efforts. These are some of the issues that we can easily solve. And there's something that we all, let's just understand this, and let's just be honest. And during election, everybody endeavor to get to every individual in this country. It doesn't matter how far you are, a ballot box will meet you there. And I think this is how we should be thinking. If a ballot box meet me in Latrikunda Sabiji, I expect Latrikunda Sabiji to have a good water pressure. That is it. Honorable Speaker, if you go to health, let me also seize this opportunity to thank the Minister of Health. They are doing a very, very good job. We all know our healthcare sector, how it is going. Madam Speaker, if you go to Bundu Maternal, I said by Honorable Njai, member for Bundu, there was a month, Bundu Maternal registered 733 successful births. And then my surprise is, Gambians are not talking about this. Gambians, is a high time we change our attitude. We have to be honest to the system. If we are honest to the system, Madam Speaker, the outcome will be positive. But if we are negative toward the system, the outcome will be negative. Madam Speaker, also, there was a time also in Bundu Maternal, they have registered in a month 631 successful delivery. 631 successful delivery. But all what we talked about is that the maternal mortality of this country is this, is that. But nobody talks about those successful stories. Look, it's a high time we celebrate our own people. If we did not celebrate our doctors, our nurses, our teachers, nobody will celebrate them for us. And all what we are good at is just to criticize them, day in and day out. Madam Speaker, and the last thing that I wanted to talk about, we all know the crisis in Ukraine. And we have some Gambian, some international students that are from the Gambia. That are there. We want to know, what is the government of the Gambia doing about them? That is important. We want government to tell, the Vice President is here, despite the fact that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is not around, but the Vice President is here. We want the ministry, we want the government to tell us the plan that they have for those people. And not only that, Madam Speaker, the plight of our Gambians that are in Germany. We want the government to be clear and tell us what is happening. You cannot have the two ministers, this one is saying this and the other one is saying that. No. We cannot operate that as a country. Things have to change, Madam Speaker, for goodness and heaven's sake. You cannot have the Minister of Interior that says this and you have Minister of Foreign Affairs that says that. No. This is a one government. Every one of these ministers are working in a government. And it's only one government that we have. We don't have a two government there where this Minister of Finance is operating this way and not this other minister is operating that way. No. Madam Speaker, last but not the least, let me just make this very clear. There are a lot of issues. There is a lot of speculation going around. And there's a lot of this commission that has been set by the government. You talked about petroleum commission, the petroleum issue or the petroleum, yes, Gambian National Petroleum. There are a lot of commissions that are set. We want to see this commission in action. We want to see the outcome. Madam Speaker, it cannot be business as usual. You cannot have some few people sitting down there sucking the Gambian people. That cannot be. Let us just be honest and do what is expected of us. Every time saying, let's commission this commission, X, Y, and Z, commission here and there. No, I don't believe in that. Let the government of the Gambia take a stand. Let them act. If they want to stop all this speculation, let them act. Because if they don't act, government will still continue to say that this government is corrupt, this Mr. X is corrupt, Mr. Y is corrupt. So we expect this government to act in as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, on that note, let me just seize this opportunity to tell you that I really enjoy working with you. Despite the fact that, yes, sometimes here and there we do push and pull, but I definitely enjoy working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe
Honorable Speaker, we were working on the report validation of the port's cargo handling report. That's why I did not listen to your maiden speech. But I believe it has indicated very clearly that we started as innocent.
But what probably we can do is it will be copied and circulated so that you have a copy.
You will give me more time. I didn't hear what you said. Yes, it will be circulated.
I was made to understand that you were not here when I read my statement because you were busy finalizing whatever report. So what I said was that my statement, then I'll make sure that it is, what is it called? Copied and circulated. That's what I said.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will appreciate leading it. Honorable Speaker, we are here as individuals and as representatives. As individuals, each has his or her life to live, and no one will dictate how that is done. But as representatives, our words and deeds must have guards and fences aim at protecting the vital interests of our people. And that's why we are here in this assembly. This is the beginning of the end, but it's also the beginning of another beginning. Because under Section 99 of the Constitution, this National Assembly stands dissolved a day preceding the day when the first session of the next National Assembly begins. So we are National Assembly members up to that day. And the business of this House should continue up to that day. Honorable Speaker, I came to this National Assembly based on the aim to promote a transformative agenda. Because we have effected change and we wanted constitutional reform, legal reform, security sector reform, to ensure that we have the constitution of a third republic. That has not happened. We aimed to end the mistakes of the past, remedy it, open hearts, get perpetrators and victims to sit and then look at the injustices that have been perpetrated against our own brothers and sisters, so that we can feel the pain of torture and injustice, and then try to remedy that situation, convince the other that it was a system that made what happened, but we are willing to change, to amend, to reconcile, to build a new Gambia for all of us. That is still in the pipeline. It was my objective to be here so that together we'll start building a self-reliant, a self-determined economy for our people, so that whoever comes tomorrow to lead will have a foundation to rely on of self-reliance and self-determined development. We are still on that path. Honorable Speaker, the future is ahead of us. We must head towards it. We either do so rapidly or we'll be left behind. But move we must, either as self-determined people or with fists of clay. And if we do wear fists of clay, Honorable Speaker, the world will move and will be left behind. I am glad that members here are ready to rethink so that we can reinvent our relationship as a people, executive and legislature, in order to serve our people better. We must start somewhere. We do not expect perfection. I came with an aim. That aim could not be fulfilled, and I had to readjust, recalibrate my objectives to become functional in this parliament, to look at the standing orders, to work with members, so that we can instrumentalize, institutionalize the standing orders, and at least begin to build a system, an accountable one. And Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you must have mentioned how we have worked hard to be able to build a system that is moving towards greater accountability. And I'm sure the executive will appreciate the contributions made in looking at their bill, scrutinizing it, considering it, and even giving advice to improve, to develop. That is the spirit. We all have our competences, and we must all believe in each other. We must want the Gambian to be the best and appreciate the best in people, because that is what collectively will build a better Gambia.
each with competence, doing his or her best, and all of us recognizing it, appreciating it, and helping each other to move forward. That was the objective of that One Gambia, One Nation, One People. But we have not achieved that. But we have achieved this. I was looking at Ukraine just this night, last night, and I could see the bombs dropping. That's Europe, example of democracy. Where is it? Who are we learning from? But look at us. Where are the bombs? We prevented them from happening. APR is here. UDP is here. And even NPP has emerged. That is the Gambia that we have. That's where we must move from. It's left to each of us to prepare for the type of future we want for ourselves and our people. For the executive, the vice president is here. The work is still undone. It has started. I am convinced that under Section 77 of the Constitution, the vice president is the leader of government business in this National Assembly. Different from the past, under the House of Representatives, where the person was a member of the National Assembly. So it is important that we should have even been addressed by the executive by now. That each year in January, the executive must make sure that it sits and thinks of what it intends to do. What is the legislative program? You talk about 53 bills. We could have passed more with an organized setup, an executive that is focused, that knows what it wants to do, the type of bills it wants to pass throughout the year, and it becomes a legislative agenda. Pass on to us, and we prepare ourselves for consideration. To demarcate what is urgent, and it comes with certificate of urgency. What is not urgent, we ensure we scrutinize. That's what we need, Honorable Speaker. Look at Serekunda. I came to represent Gambia, sent by Serekunda. Today, that is the same Serekunda, without football fields, where a school, Serekunda School, is transformed into a football field, affecting the learning basis of children. You don't have any community center, no recreational facility, nowhere a human being can take as a human being that is relating to a country that loves you, that serves you, that wants to bring you up as a child, as a child. The same thing with electricity, water supply. Do we really need to control this type of same systems that we have? Do we need to rethink? Maybe in terms of water supply, should it be just these big pipes coming from nowhere to everybody? Could it be regionalized, that certain systems are put to be able to serve certain areas, to provide electricity, water supply? We need a solution to this problem. Look at the drainage. We've talked about it. Engineering design not properly assessed. So these are issues. They must be looked at. Honorable Speaker, if you come to my home and you look at the street, every morning you see this woman in droves will come with their children 5 o'clock in the morning to occupy that whole place. A clinic is there, but even to move with ambulances sometimes is a problem. But who can you blame? Who is responsible for all those people? What should we do? Should we just look at things like that? We are not an organized society. We may not have everything, but at least you start from management. Be organized in the first place, and then work towards greater investment into development. Honorable Speaker, this country still is begging for a way forward. And if we are sincere, we will not fool ourselves, full of self-praise. That is not the way forward. Hardship is here. Suffering is here. To placate it with this mighty building or an arch or a bridge and say, well, we've done well, fine. It's an assessment. We've done well. To build more bridges and roads, yes, fine, it's development. But unless we free from people from being born in poverty, living in poverty, and dying in poverty, we have not done the type of wealth that our people deserve. The wealth that our people deserve is to free them from poverty. And that is not the reality at the moment. Honorable Speaker, I'll be leaving Uncle Sidi Jata here. We used to have good partnership. He's very passionate and insightful. Here and there, I can be the balance. You have heard him say about language. It is important to talk about language. But language without knowledge is vain. If you do not have knowledge, you can speak any language. Your language will be immaterial to development. The problem of our languages is simply this. Bring those vocal people in this National Assembly if they know about economics, if they don't know about budgets, if they cannot write about it, then they'll just be speaking. And the sky is the limit to what they say, but it will never impact on development. If we don't know about science, if we don't know about technology, it's the same situation. So there is a knowledge gap in our languages. And we refuse to feed our languages with knowledge. That's why the Chinese are Chinese, and we go and study Chinese because they have incorporated all the knowledge of the world into their language, into Arabic. But African countries have not done that. Maybe the Swahili is trying, but African countries have not done that. So our languages are vain and empty because we have not fed them with the knowledge that will enable other people to learn our languages so that they will know nature and society about the world. That is the challenge. And a challenge that he, me, all of us must begin to address. It's a battle of ideas, battle of knowledge in the world. If we do not assimilate that knowledge, we'll be left behind. We'll go nowhere. And that is what I want to leave with this parliament today, that I appreciate everything that people have said. But my life has been lived well. I have done what I wanted to do, and I'm a happy person. When I die today, I know that I have done what I was supposed to do based on what the demand of my times and circumstances are. Development is demand-driven. Leadership is demand-driven. It's what will take your society forward that must make you to feel the pulse of people, for your heart to beat in unison with the heartbeat of your people. Duty must call, conscience will respond, mind will respond, heart will respond. And then we are shaped towards a common destiny. Honorable Speaker, we have started a process in this National Assembly where executive and legislature have come to see that partnership is necessary for lawmaking, for policy making, for development. We hope this will continue, that what we have, the foundation we have laid, will be continued by all the members who are here and all the members who are to come. I am convinced that if we continue to chart that destiny, we will not be perfect. Each of us will have certain interests, but collectively, just like our committees function, we'll be able to do certain things that people will look at and say that this is taking Gambia forward. But we must not fool ourselves, Honorable Speaker. We are yet to be there. Problems are still here. And we must not close our eyes to it. We'll fight our battles to come back into this parliament. We'll say many things. But after doing so, let's sit down again and ask ourselves, what is the use of being a representative? Is it transforming this place into a talking shop where we just talk? Or are we going to feel the suffering into work and do something?
What? Thank you. Why are you guys revising?
Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I will extend my sincere appreciation to the Office of the Clerk
Office of the Speaker, and of course my colleagues for working with me to make sure that we all achieve what we are looking for. And today is another day to reflect on those issues. Honorable Speaker, I would like to express the concern of the peace-loving people of Lower Badibu, particularly in the aspect of agriculture. I sincerely want to thank the government of the day through the Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture is a friend to the people of Lower Badibu. I will say it in that way, for the fact that we have been crying here for the farm equipment that we need as a community so that we can do what is expected of us as farmers. And the minister responsible, she already answered to some of our calls by providing power tillers and some of the farm equipments to the people of Lower Badibu. And we work with her to make sure that the issues that we raised here before, like federal roads or the roads linking from Bani to their rice field to be constructed, and we are working with her on that. No, though time is not there now, but we believe that this work will be completed as soon as possible. And also, she promised to give us a garden in a village called Badibugunju, and which we are working with her. And even day before yesterday, I have meeting with women in this community regarding their garden issue. And after the meeting, when I call her, the response I get from her was very positive. Honorable Speaker, through my people, I would like to thank the minister responsible for agriculture. And of course, health. Health, Honorable Speaker, I will thank the government of the day for providing 3 ambulances to the people of Lower Badibu, particularly the north. Honorable Speaker, this is a nightmare for the people of Lower Badibu, particularly those living in the north. You may see them carrying a pregnant woman with donkey cart, horse cart, but today, that's history. I would like to thank the Minister of Health and the Director of Health Service for providing these things to us. Energy sector. Honorable Speaker, partially I'm not happy regards to the issue of energy because villages like Kiraado, Njawara, Mbamurukunda, Talenfula, and Yalalba, almost we have 18 villages at the Lower Badibu North, and still electricity is a problem for us. And then I'm not happy that the people of Kia having an electricity whilst their fathers and mothers did not have. We are not happy about this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief today, but before I will take my seat, I want to join my colleagues to thank a mentor, a father, and an uncle, a man with dignity, humble, honest, and he is very caring. He showed us the way, how to do this work, how to go about it, how to comport ourselves, and how to approach issues. If we have arrived here today, if people are celebrating him, if I don't, I'm not fair to myself and I'm not sincere. That is the honorable member for Serakunda who declared that he is not coming back to this parliament, Honorable Speaker. I sincerely want to thank him for his service to the nation. Honorable member, thank you very much. We really appreciate your service to the nation. Honorable Speaker, I also want the Minister of Defense to explain to this August Assembly the issues surrounding the territorial integrity of this country, because we all know that we are a sovereign nation. But just a couple of weeks back, this nation experienced some security threats, and we would like the minister to shed more light on that, to explain it to us. What are the issues responsible for this, and what can we do as a nation together to solve this issue? Honorable Speaker, I won't take more time today because the statement that you have gave in the morning honestly touches all areas. And I sincerely once again want to thank you for your leadership style and for coaching us as the young ones to show us the way and how to do this work. Honorable Speaker, I won't waste much time today, but to thank again the Office of the Clerk, my colleagues, the media, the support staff, everyone for their service to the nation. I'm saying thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyway, that was just the tactics of the care to control the debate. Having done so, I would like in the first place to put before this August Assembly, I came to this August Assembly as a result, like my colleagues who contributed immensely to effect the change in 2016. I was given an option to take cabinet position or other very important position, or go back to my constituency, be voted in to represent, if I so wish. I was asked to think about it, and when I did so, I came to the conclusion it's better I take the people's offer than the direct appointment. And that advice was given by no other person but the President of the Republic, Adam Barrow. And I went to my people. I was lucky to be elected. And there I am, representing them. In as much as I want to thank my electorate, the people of Birkama North, I want to begin first thanking the President for giving me that advice. And the people of Birkama North, across party line, who voted for me, I want to thank you so much for the trust and confidence bestowed on me. Yes, the task was very great. It was not easy. I have the belief that this Fifth Assembly had made history, and I also contributed to the history. To the National Assembly, from the Speaker right down to the clerk and all the staff, I want to thank you so much for your support, technically, morally. To the media, for the wide coverage that you have been given to this fifth legislature, that I am part of it. Madam Speaker, I would not be doing justice if I to thank everybody, but I fail to thank the fraternity that I am so much fascinated to the sports. Anytime I bring about the sport issue here, I always get the support of the National Assembly. That's why I have this belief that this National Assembly contributed immensely to the success that our Scorpion had registered in the AFCON. I thank you for your contribution to make history for the Gambia to participate in the AFCON 2022 finals in Cameroon. And I want to thank the team right down from the President of the Gambia Football Federation, the entire technical team, the coach, and the players, the captain for that matter, who retired from the national service recently. Indeed, Pamodu did a lot for the Gambia. He participated under 17. For the first time, the Gambia participated and in fact emerged victorious. In the under 20 also, he participated. The senior team, he captained the senior team to reach that far. Pamodu, thank you so much, and your team. Madam Speaker, become a note. In making my farewell statement, I want to make reflection of issues of concern to my constituency that I've been addressing. That's still unanswered. Key among them, the Brikama firing range. The first vice president of this term, Madam Fatima Jallo Tambajang, was the first that we took issue with. And we resolved to an agreement for the firing to be relocated. The president made a pronouncement at Brikama in 2018 that the firing will be relocated. Towards my questions, the minister also responded that the land has been identified for relocation of the firing range. That is more than 1 year now. The range has not been relocated. In fact, when I was making this cry, I was all along emphasizing that we need to do prevention rather than curing. Unfortunately, an incident that cost the life of a lady happened as a result of the firing range. I do not want a replica of this, and I want the Honorable Minister of Defense to take note and act urgently. The earlier you do so, the better to save life as well. Electricity and water is always an issue that I raise. The Minister of Energy is not here. We are very close, or we have the power plant in Brikama North, but many communities in the area are without electricity supply. I said we should be compensated, at least for the noise that our people always have. Water supply is a problem as well, very erratic. A big community like Chembuje, at a point I requested for borehole. We were told that Chembuje is not qualified because it's under Nawek. We can't have Nawek water, and we cannot also get the borehole from water resources. Nawek should look into that. Brikama drainage, we have highways or roads that are constructed, but that ended creating havoc to the people. During rainy season, flood all over because there is no drainage system. The Ministry of Works promised that they will look into it. In fact, we conducted survey all around Brikama. That was 4 years ago. Then up to now, nothing is done about that. The fish market. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries is not here. I've been raising this issue about the condition of the Brikama fish market. The minister promised me in 2020, that was somewhere around June, that before December, something will be done at Brikama fish market. Up to now, 2022, nothing is done. The fish market is as dirty as anything that you can think of. You never think that human being can sit at that place and sell fish that people supposed to eat that. Honorable Minister is not here. I wish he is here so that he can tell me exactly what is wrong. Still, December cannot come. The road network, like other colleagues have been talking about the road network all over, and I've been raising this road network. The key among them, the Brikama Bafloto Mandira Ring road, it was part of the supplementary appropriation bill. The road is not constructed, even the foundation stone is not laid. Other people are thanking or congratulating the government that their road have started or their road have been constructed. What is wrong with that of Brikama, that is the Brikama Bafloto Mandiran area. I also called for the link roads in that main road, Makumbaya, Galoya, Kubune, Kunkuyan Ketaya, Mandinarin. Likewise, Bafloto, Farato, Bojang Kunda, and then Bafloto, Nemasu to Farato. These link roads to this main road
will help a lot to ease communication in those areas. Brikama Kasakunda Nyonfele Gunju Road was also part of the supplementary appropriation bill, but yet still no work has started in the area. We also call for the link roads in that main road, Nyonfele Bonsa to Taibat Road. Brikama is the headquarters of West Coast. The road that are taxi service roads, I've been calling for those roads to be constructed. Brikama, the Kababajo Road, linking Newtown to Misra up to the Bafuloto Highway. Jaliba Kuyate Highway, that is at Nyambai College, where the Vice President has a residence, and then the Nyambai Babagalde Main Road, Misra Main Road, Daru Hairo Main Road, Jamisa Main Road, Jalamba Main Road. Chambuje Sabukunda linking to the Buffalo Road. When these roads are addressed, the movement of vehicles and Brikama, just like a regional capital, would be eased. Madam Speaker, the high cost of living is a talk of town. Somebody said the government should explain. I don't think there should be an explanation in this. What we should be doing is that, or what the government is to be doing, is to address the situation. Things cannot go like this. Every day, prices are increasing. Something is wrong somewhere. You go to a shop this evening, this next morning, you'll find the price to be increased. I think there should be good. We are not saying that there should be price control, but the way things are going, I think people are doing things deliberately. As a government, we cannot continue to entertain those kind of things. Madam Speaker, I just spoke to the minister about the land that was occupied by the Bikawa power plant. I did pass a parliamentary question here for the compensation to be done to the owners, but the first minister of lands did tell me that they cannot do the compensation. Okay, I also asked whether the part of the land that is not occupied can be returned to their owner. He said they are going to look into it. When the next minister comes, that's Honorable Drame, he promised that part of the OMVG project, they will consider compensating. I'm happy that during our discussion and engagement, he invited me in his office to act on that, so that the land that is not occupied can be returned to their owners. I will thank him for that. Madam Speaker, the economic MFDC class prompted the government to set a task force to investigate into the matter. Like my colleagues mentioned, commissions have been set, task force has been set, inquiries have been conducted, but after all, we will not see anything. I want the Honorable Minister or the Vice President to inform us about the state of the task force. When will the task force complete its findings and the report to the to the President, of course, to the National Assembly? I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also to lend my support. Madam Speaker, today is a day that is counted in the history, as it is the end of the 5-year term in the National Assembly. It's the last session. Madam Speaker, in my career in the political field, I feel so delighted today that witnessing the end of these 5 years, Madam Speaker. So delighted to see myself witnessing the end of these 5 years. Madam Speaker, these 5 years came into being through a transitional government, of which I happen to be part of the architects and engineers That's coalition 2016. Madam Speaker, not only me in this August House, I'm laying the foundation. Myself, Right Honorable Member of Serekunda, Honorable Halifa Sallah, a senior parliamentarian, veteran politician, Honorable Celia Jata, member for Woodley West. The minority leader is here, Honorable Member for Nyamena Dankunku, Honorable Samba Jallo. Usman, the member for Banjul North, Right Honorable Usman Silla, member for Banjul North, and Right Honorable Suaib Toure, member for Woodley East. But all, Madam Speaker, here is the Vice President. Our Vice President, Madam Asatu Toure, who is also a part, is a candidate when we are going for the convention in 2016. Madam Speaker, these are people who are among those who sacrificed at that time to face the challenge. So therefore, I cannot exhaust my deliberation without mentioning these people in this August House, as today is the last session of the 5 years. Madam Speaker, having said that, I must again, first of all, thank His Excellency, the President, Adama Barrow, whom you know he's not an ungrateful person. Whoever shared the coalition members among, he has given everybody his quota. Madam Speaker, very grateful. He is not ungrateful, he's very grateful. Each and every member of the coalition 2016, he has given you, you either take it or you okay, but you will not say he has never made any attempt to offer. So I must thank him. I was appointed here, he offered me as a state minister. But with my honesty myself, I cannot take it. I cannot carry the job. I know the area where I can occupy. And then today, when he offered me the position of a parliamentary, I said, that's my place. So he's very grateful. I must thank him. And Madam Speaker, thank God Gambians have him during these 5 years. There's no senior parliamentarian in this August House other than me. For that, I will say God-given, whether one like it or not. I witnessed the First Republic in the National Assembly. I have seen, I'm the ref. You are the ref, Madam Speaker, but today I'm the chief ref in this August House, who can compare and contrast. All the 3 decades, there's nobody also here who can challenge me on that. I have seen, I have been a fighter until I went to Parliament, not under incumbent. In the First Republic, a ruling party of 32 years. I went to Parliament without a degree. As people like to boast, you must have a degree. This man is not educated.
this man is not a degree holder. No! It is the people who are to determine who will represent them. That's why all the time we are crying for language, because one day we'll even have a president who has not been to school. But the brain is that you know how to handle people. You can be a PhD, you cannot even handle a chicken. So, Madam Speaker, I have seen the First Republic. I have seen the Second Republic. I've seen the Third Republic. What I witnessed in the First Republic, through my participation, that's why the change of government came in 1994 when I was in Parliament. Then I used to see the ambassador, American ambassador, British ambassador, and EU representatives, and all other diplomats in those days. But through the revelation of the opposition in the assembly, that is why we have a very peaceful coup d'etat, bloodless coup d'etat. I know what happened, and I know my contribution to that. And I know the First Republic, what they have done. I have been a victim, losing my job. 9 years, 9 months, I was dismissed without no cause. Simply because I was accused I'm a sympathizer to a political party. I have seen all this, I know. So nobody can tell me anything. And even during the Allegany Commission, my file was called from this August after the Allegany Commission. It's just everybody in this country at that time knows what who Majango Samusa is. So today, I have seen the Second Republic. I serve here, nominated by the former President Yahya Jammeh, nominated me. Again, appoint me here. Also, I serve in this government as a deputy governor in the region. Then you have NCP and APRC alliance we are going to. So I witnessed again, in the Third Republic, I happened to participate in the coalition 2016 until today. I'm here by my merit. Madam Speaker, with the cooperation of the leader who is not only grateful, that's President Adama Barrow. Not only grateful. That's why the day before Saturday, I was listening to him at Basse. He was telling the people of Basse constituency concerning about Magasi. You know what Magasi is to him. He said, I will not be the same height with you, and then the next instant you become taller than me in Mandinga. He said that I said, here is the man. The man is still there. He has not moved. He still continues. That's why God is always behind him, guiding him. He always breaks the record. I have been fighting with my party in the First Republic for almost 20 years. And in the Second Republic, the transition, God has picked him and asked him to bring him to lead us. And he is very grateful to the Almighty. He's very mindful, very careful, humble. I have seen leaders. I have witnessed what has been transferred in the First Republic. In my constituency, in Kerawan, there's a 2 black stone generator lying down there for over 5, 6, almost 10 years, until the time I came to Parliament. I fought that. The EU ambassador was behind, sitting behind me. I made that revelation.
The following 2 weeks, I went with the managing director to Caravan to put the light on. When His Excellency, the late president, stood in my village, he said, unless and until you come to my political party, join PPP to have this seat, you will not have this light, you will not have, this message will not come up. So that's why when people are saying here and there, I have seen a lot. I have witnessed a lot, different all these governments. I witnessed all those things. Each government, I can write a book. I never traveled. It was first time to go with the President Jammeh to AU in Addis. I said, I have never boarded a plane. He could not believe. You can ask the chief of protocol and the green news we are on board. Like he said, Majango Samsa of Gambia. You have not said no. All what I achieved is here in this country. So nobody can tell me anything. So, Madam Speaker, I repeat again, I must still continue to thank His Excellency the President for the way and manner he has handled during these 45 years the democracy. We were crying all along. For 22 years, the people are crying for democracy. And now we all know, I have witnessed the parliament for a second. This is the parliament that, since 1960s, since we came to independence, there has never been a parliament like this. That's why when some people are laughing, they just shouting, hey, rubber stamp parliament, rubber stamp. I was in the Fourth Republic. Those in favor, yes. Those not in favor, you have only one or two. You call that a democracy? Because they are the majority, they are shouting their democracy is democracy. We know all what has been transferred. What President Adama Barrow has accepted. As far as democracy is concerned, if that has taken place in the First Republic and the Second Republic, Gambia would have, what the saying, Gambia would have been somewhere today. Gambia would have been somewhere today. So, even if time is up and I can sit down, at least I have said something. I've said something that even that alone is enough. But we have seen it here. So man, I don't want to go into a lot of things, but all what I'm saying, to tell the Gambian people, this parliament, there's never been a parliament like this. I was in the First Republic. I know how I've been molested inside there, because they are the majority. It has never been a new thing here. I marched out from Parliament in the First Republic, myself and my leader.
The time is up. Your time is up. Time is up. Thank you. Honorable member for phone. I'm sorry, your time is up, please.
My mic is on. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I couldn't miss the opportunity today to say that. Thank you for giving me the floor. This may be my last time to say it, hopefully not, but I've not been feeling well this whole session. But today I had to force myself to come because I couldn't miss this opportunity to say the thank yous. So I guess today, for the first time, I'm going to give the honorable ministers a break and also going to give President Barrow a break and focus on the thank yous, because I think it has been a great opportunity serving my country in this capacity. I think my journey has been the most interesting one in the parliament. All of you would agree. And I would say I've grown to be the darling of the National Assembly. I'll give myself that credit because of a lot of things that have happened in between and have contributed to my growth as a person. And I appreciate the opportunity. The first thank yous will go to my parents. I think my parents are kind of unique in a way that I would say maybe I'm the only young politician that have parents threatening to move me out of their house if I leave politics. It's interesting. Other parents will tell you, don't join politics. This is not good. You're going to risk everything. But mine, both of them encourage me to stay on and fight. And I appreciate them for allowing me to be who I am. I remember when we lost the elections, the presidential elections, I was so down. And I was having this conversation with my father, and I told him, I think I have to give up because this has been, I've given my all, and I just feel rejected and disappointed. And I don't think I can win this. And he told me, Kumba, I said yes. He said, you might never win this fight because I think you've already won. I said, why would you say that? And he said to me, because you are on the right side. You are on the side of the truth. And sometimes being on the side of the truth means the fight never ends. You have to continue fighting, and you have just started. And to me, that was profound. And thank you, Daddy, for those inspiring words. Still on the thank yous. This brings me back to my journey and what inspired me to be here today. And this was, in all honesty, the death of Solo Sunday. And I will never forget how angry I felt when I heard that Solo was murdered. And this was my inspiration to fight. Basically, that's how the story started. And after the 2016 elections, I remember parliamentary came, and it came from the community itself, the people of Dipakunda, that approached me first and said, we want you to run for parliament. And I remember submitting my applications, and I went for primaries for the UDP. And I guess because I was a young 28-year-old, the people that were doing the interviews and stuff really maybe didn't take me seriously, because we all know what women face during these kind of struggle. And Madi was chosen, Honorable Madi Sise, for the seat, and he won. And then all of a sudden, and this was so unexpected, my journey with President Barrow began. I remember sitting in my office day before the new MPs were sworn in, and the president himself called me. This was a surprise, and nominated me as a member of the National Assembly. I remember on the day, it was around 11 o'clock that I received my package from the vice president's residency. So it was so late, so I couldn't even believe it. So I think after everything that has happened, I think today is the day I should tell the president, thank you for taking the chance on me. And I think he too owes me a thank you. But before I get there, I want to thank on our behalf, my behalf, and his behalf, the leadership of the United Democratic Party for having the faith in all of us, because the president knows it wasn't this executive that believed him and put him put him up as a candidate. It was then the executive of the United Democratic Party. And because that happened, he happened, and I happened. So a huge thank you goes to the United Democratic Party, to Solo Sandeng and all the heroes who've lost their lives in fight for country, because all they had was the love for country and they gave their all. I appreciate you and I thank you. To President Adama Barrow, thank you for giving me this opportunity of representing my country and representing the youths of this country. And also thank you for doing the most amazing thing anyone has ever done for me, and that is firing me. I think that was the most amazing thing that has happened in this journey, and it gave me an opportunity as a person to contribute towards the governance structure of this country, towards molding our newfound independence, towards assuring the people of the Gambia about the independence of the judiciary. And I think I'm thanking him, but he owes me the thank you for putting him back on the line to make sure we safeguard the democracy that people lost their lives for, that all of us fought so hard for. Thank you very much. We have a veteran that has declared that he is not coming back to this house. Honorable Member of Serekunda, thank you. It has been an inspiration working with you. And I know sometimes we bump heads, but all the time I push, because I'm learning from you, and this is the opportunity. I think if I knew you were not going to come back, so I took the opportunity. Thank you for serving your nation in the greatest humility. We appreciate you. To my favorite MP, the Honorable Member of Woolly West, I adore you, I love your heart, and I appreciate your support throughout this journey for keeping me grounded. Thank you very much, I appreciate you. To the leadership of the House, Honorable Speaker, it has been a pleasure to witness your leadership. It's very hard, particularly when you're female and you're actually the umpire of a great number of males. It's not easy. And I know also I've been a very challenging MP for you and your staff, but it was for the interest of nation, for pushing you forward. You know, Halifa is laughing. He once told me, I found you very challenging in my journey, and I appreciate that. To my favorite person and my favorite people in this parliament, and that is the staff. From the drivers to the secretariat, to the cleaners, everyone has showed me love throughout this entire journey. And I appreciate you. To my very special person, Fatu, who would even cry when I'm in the middle of the fight. I'll go down and found her crying, and she would tell me, Kumba, please come down, yo halenga. I'll be like, stop crying, you don't need to cry. We're all doing this for the best interest of the country, and I love you. Thank you for the support, for the pushing me throughout this whole journey. To one thing that was really one of the reasons why I was honored to be nominated, and that is to have the opportunity to contribute towards giving Gambia a new governance structure, towards molding a newfound democracy, and looking forward for us as a fifth legislature to give Gambia a new constitution, which is going to be the foundation of the new governance structure. I call this our unachieved legacy. It is a missed opportunity, and I hope the sixth legislature will fight to bring this constitution back to give us a proper start of our governance structure. The speaker earlier on has highlighted all our achievements. I wouldn't go back to that, but just a piece of advice to this new executive. I don't think sometimes we take time to reflect on how serious our role is, both as parliamentarians and as ministers. For example, I remember I was having this conversation. I said, I don't want to ever be the Minister of Health in this country, because everyone that dies, God is going to question you one day about it. I think it's a very serious role. And as civil servants, as public servants, it's an honor to be it. But I think we sometimes need to reflect on how important the roles we are playing are and taking it more seriously. I am so concerned about the health sector of this country. I remember my auntie on her dying bed, they couldn't even find a proper bed for her. The bed was broken, and she had to be laid, and that's the bed she died on. And I remember my mom telling me, do you know what her last words were? I said, no. And she said, she told the nurses, you're putting me on this kind of bed. That I will never forget, because it showed me the responsibility we all have towards our people. And I think each and every one of us, from the president down, we really need to start reflecting and taking our roles very, very seriously. Because apart from this life, the next life, each and every one of us is going to be questions about what we have done when we were giving these roles. And I think it's so important that we all reflect, putting everything aside. I think I still have another 4 minutes. To the president of this country, I think I would advise you to let the opposition thrive. I think as opposition, it is even more important now more than ever for us to continue our role of holding the executive accountable. We owe that to our people. I personally am not giving up on this tax. I will keep on fighting with everything that is in me to make sure we hold the government accountable, and I think the president should create that environment and allow the opposition to thrive. I'm hearing issues about reconciliation. I think we can reconcile and have peace, but still, there needs to be a vibrant opposition in this country, and I will be part of those that will keep that alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable member for Bondali is still not around. Kantora? And if she's not here, then we'll just have to proceed. Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. In everything I do, especially discharging my duties according to the best of my conscience, I try to make sure that I exercise my discretion judiciously. And I had on my list the honorable member for Funi Bondali and Jara Central. But up till now, they are not here, and they definitely cannot hold the assembly to ransom. It's getting late, so we have to proceed. And that's the only reason why I am closing my list, because they are not here. And I thank you all for your sentiments and for the statements that you have made and the concerns that you have raised with regards to issues in your various constituencies. And I sincerely hope that they will eventually be addressed, those of them that have not been addressed. And on that note now, may I call on Her Excellency, the Vice President, and honorable ministers here present who may wish to reply to issues raised regarding their portfolios. So I'm not sure whether, Your Excellency, you may, yes, thank you.
Madam Speaker, Honorable National Assembly members, Honorable ministers, government appointees, private individuals, the media fraternity, members of the administration of the Speaker, with all other protocols respectfully observed, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate, to reflect on matters that have been raised here on this 5th session of the National Assembly. First and foremost, I want to congratulate all of you on behalf of His Excellency, President Adama Barrow. All of you coming from different parties, all of you coming from different philosophical backgrounds, all of you who have interest in one way or the other. As Gambians and those living in the Gambia who are interested in seeing the Gambia move forward, I want to thank all of you for being here today and to thank the Lord Almighty who has given us the chance, the opportunity to be able to go through many years to finally come today to sit down and reflect about our country. I have heard a lot and we have noted, and I want to appreciate you on behalf of the executive. Some of them are here today, some are out unavoidably because of exigency of services. They are not being here, it's not to disrespect this house, but because it coincided with very unavoidable circumstances. That is why they are not here, but they are well represented. First and foremost, I just want to say, I want to express my appreciation to the Speaker of the National Assembly, my dear sister, friend, and a colleague.
working together for many years, we want to say thank you very much for the exemplary leadership you have taken to move this National Assembly forward. A time that was full of doubts, a time that people did not have the opportunity of feeling that we would make it, a time that there were mixed feelings, a time where there were many uncertainties. And here we are today. You have done your job exemplarily. I have been here many times, and I respect your leadership, your experience, and your professionalism and resilience in conducting the affairs of this. I want to thank you on behalf of His Excellency and the entire executive of this government. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank all the members of the National Assembly, irrespective of where you are, and I have heard you talk, and it gives me hope. It gives us hope that we can do it, we have done it, and we are in a process. It never ends. You start through a journey. Either you complete it or somebody comes to complete it, just like you have symbolized few minutes ago, recognizing the passing away of two important National Assembly members who died. So also today we should thank the Lord for ourselves to be here, to be able to continue this journey. The journey can never be ended. It's a process, and I want to emphasize that this process will continue. And we must understand that. If we understand that the journey is a process, then we will not give up. We will go with hope, with courage and resilience and focus to move the country forward. There were times where hope was lost. And there were times when people will say, let's watch and see what they will do. You have done extremely well. Irrespective of where you may come from, you have done extremely well. And I was very pleased and proud of all of you for coming in to put the Gambia forward, to think about the Gambia and the 53 bills that you have passed. You may joke, I don't know of the past, but I know it's exemplary. And you have put in your efforts. I have been part of those processes. I have seen those that have headed the committees, those that have engaged, and the critical questions that were asked. For the opportunities that I have, I am impressed, and it gives me hope every day that this happens. There are challenges indeed which you have already outlined. It's normal. One, we have to celebrate the success. And I think there are more successes than failures, because bringing in 53 bills and deliberating on certain projects that are already being that is being visibilized everywhere, as you explain and as you talk, there will be some challenges. And I want to say that that is the real issue of development. Why do we call it development if there were no challenges? Why do we come in as a National Assembly? Why do we have our parties to come together to say, if you give me the opportunity, I'll be able to do X, Y, and Z? These are all reasons because there are challenges in our human existence. And these challenges are real. These are challenges also that may not surmount our abilities. But what is going to surmount our abilities is that no one government can finish it. No one government can finish it, and you have also explained, you have already exemplified that. For the successes that you have mentioned, we did it together under the leadership of His Excellency Adama Barrow, and under your tenureship, this is where these successes came. But then one thing that we have to recognize is that whatever we may do, if the enabling environment is not there, it's useless. And we have experienced as a country the past. We have history behind us that we can relate to. We have experiences that all of us can show. So without a leadership that believes in the will, the power, and the agency of people, it will never happen. And that is who President Barrow has brought in democracy with all of you. He has nurtured, he has tried his level best to nurture it with you. He has allowed the different arms of government to be independent as much as possible. We are on a journey. The issues you have raised are quite clearly appreciated, and we know they are real. They do occur, and we are aware of them. There are certain issues you have raised that have already been completed, but there are others that are processes. And one thing that we have to understand in development is that when you are in a democracy, you have to follow the rules. It's a rules-based relationship. You have to follow procedures. You have to respect the institutions as you are emphasizing. And this is something I think that has been clearly articulated by most of you about how this government has created the enabling environment for you to gain your independence, your autonomy, and working towards building your systems to be strong. And I believe you can see that this government has agreed on that, and we love it because this is what all of us have been fighting for, and it is going to continue. You are all aware of that. So it is not going to be one thing, let's do this and it happens. It's a process and a procedure. These bills were towards that. All the policies that come here, all the debates, all the appropriation bills, and all these things that there were times when this did not happen because it was considered a pariah state. Now we have a democracy. We have a democracy that is allowing people evolving, we are learning, and we must not lose hope. The ability is there, the opportunity is there, the will is there, because His Excellency is opening up the doors of creating a democracy that we should be proud of, not what our size is, but what we can deliver, and the whole world is watching us. The whole world is appreciating us, and we are trying to build up that. That is the stage where we are together, and we will always be together. Some of you might come back again. Some of you may not come back again. This is what it is all about, and this is what governance is all about. But nevertheless, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate one of the greatest veterans of the National Assembly, who is by the name of my brother, Honorable Halifa Sallah. Despite the fact that he belongs to a political party, what I saw of him when I came to the National Assembly is objectivity, engagement, commitment to the country and to the Gambia, and trying as much as possible to look at things objectively. I want to take this opportunity to thank you. To thank you on our behalf, on behalf of the executive, and on behalf of His Excellency, and on my personal behalf. We have engaged in different forums. We have seen the efforts that you have done, the true son of the soil. You have done a great work, and here today, you didn't give these people anything to say what they are saying about you. It's because you lived it, you acted it, and you're doing it. So that should be a big pride. It is a legacy that you have, and people will live. You will not wait for you to die. People will show you. I want to thank you, and the Gambian people want to thank you, and to tell you and appeal, just like all other Gambians are saying, that we will not leave you. We will look at you, we will work with you, and don't hesitate to engage when people come to you. You are now at that stage, and we need you more for all the work that you have done, and we want to appreciate that. To the National Assembly members, some of you who are going to come back, I think we will get the institutional memory. We appreciate all the work that you have done. Those who are not coming back, it's not because you failed. This is what life is all about, and it's the people out there who are going to decide who is going to be who for their constituencies. And I believe that you have represented them very well. The issues you raised today is what I want to come into, is that you have the right to raise those issues. You cannot complete it. This is why you started the journey. The transformation that is going on cannot be finished during your time. Transformation is a continuous process, and even His Excellency President Barrow cannot finish it during his time. We need to build the institutions. We need to develop transparency. We need to bring in accountability. We need to engage, constructive engagement with the intellectuals, people who know what they are doing in the institutions, create independence of the institutions. The leadership has given that pathway. The leadership has shown the commitment to respect democracy, to promote good governance. He has achieved a lot, not because of him alone, he has done it with all of you. So I want us to continue on that spirit. Democracy is in the making, and we will make sure that democracy take its right courses. You have done very well. The honorable ministers are here. We have been taking a lot of notes. I wrote more than 30 pages within this short time, taking note of it as the head of government. It's not easy. We will definitely do our best. But remember, the type of inheritance we had and the amount of money we found in the coffers, the amount of fear, panic, and pandemonium that happened, and the level of the institutions that we inherited. So it's not blaming anybody, but to look at the circumstances in which this government had inherited, and even the nature of the coalition government, bringing in all parties together, is historical. There were, but this one is historical because people were all focusing on, we want a change, we want a better life, we want a better Gambia, we want to provide this for people and that for people. That's why we came together. So that transformative process that is going on, we all have responsibility to do it. But if we want to, we cannot force people. We need to educate the people. We need to uplift them. We need to give them courage. We need to let them feel that these changes are real, that the change is going to occur not by coercive means, but is going to occur by being empowered to understand that this change has to happen so that we maintain it, we sustain it. And this is the trajectory that His Excellency is taking. I believe some of you who have worked with him, you have all appreciated the balance he has made. He has recognized every party. There is multipartyism, there is pluralism, there is freedom of expression, there is access to information, and there is respect for the 3 tiers of this. We are not competing. We are working to enhance and to sustain an interface that will help us move the Gambia as one. You are very important, and all other status are important. So the ministers are going to, what I have taken note of, we will go back and reflect. Sometimes you may make the observation, but we have gone past that. There were challenges indeed, just like you are saying. Everybody faced challenges, and it is those challenges that we took to focus and move together. And the president, really, I'm not here to do politics. I am here to express what I have observed, because as a key member of the chain, as is mentioned somewhere, I want to protect the chain. We want to give it to our children. We want our children to inherit a peaceful Gambia, a successful Gambia, a progressive Gambia, a Gambia where people will come to learn what is democracy. And that you have started seeing that. Everybody is emulating what is going on in this country. Everybody is emulating the style of governance that is going on because of the type of leadership we have. And all of you engage. You are all leaders in your own rights. But the enabling environment must be there. We are no longer going to accept dictatorship, and it will never happen again. We have experienced it, and we are fighting to make it work. That is why it's good to be patient. We have to build the structures that will move, and we also have to be ready to give in. Maybe we are not going to benefit from it directly because it's a process, and those that we are building the Gambia for should be prepared to take up the mantle, and you have seen what is happening right now. I want to just say that the notes I have taken are well taken. We are going back. We will meet after the election. The National Assembly, the executive does a lot of reflection. We have focused, and the focus we have done with you people and us and the other actors is why we are basking in the glory of the achievements under the leadership of His Excellency President Barrow, and under your tenureship as National Assembly members. I want to honestly, transparently express that appreciation. So it's not, we are not at war. What we are trying to do is to protect this chain and to nurture democracy. It's not easy to nurture democracy because there are different shades of democracy depending on the type of leadership that you have. But the type of leader we have now and what we are seeing with him, honestly, if we know how to move about the processes, we are going to be winners. Everybody is going to be a winner. So let us see the country first. The ministers, they will also have time to respond to these things will come. But what I want to assure you that we have taken notes. We are going to go back to the drawing board. Most of what you have raised are very, very we need the resources. But you see the breakthrough that has been made in raising funds to fund our own locally driven projects. The Ministry of Finance has done extremely well. The GRA, you have the Ministry of Works, the infrastructure. You go to the Ministry of Health, If you look at health, and the type I happen to be there, so I am a witness to what I inherited in health. I thank the Lord the day I was removed from the health because of what we inherited. So to have a qualified doctor, experienced, committed, what he did and the trajectory he is following, if we follow he has the political will, he has the readiness for that. The power resides in his hands, but power is dispersed. He's dispersing all those powers. You all have your powers. We all have our powers, but those powers must be consolidated, must be managed in a way that will be positive to move this country forward. Politics is normal, and the more diverse it is, the better, because there will be diverse views, and then we'll be listening to what you are asking for. We'll be asking, accommodating those things and looking at what is in the best interest of the population. And that's very important. One thing here, Honorable Sallah, you have to be a consultant. You have done well in guiding a lot of processes. And here it has been said. You have done a lot, and I want to underscore that because I've been coming here. And I have been dealing with you. I've been following processes. We need that. The Gambia needs that. Let us be selfless. Adam Barrow, His Excellency, is not the cause of any problem. He inherited the problem like all of us. So we need to help him. We need to support him. We need to guide him. We need to respond to his political will and the good feelings that he has for the country and the people of the Gambia to see that certain things, we are doing phenomenal plans, and you will see it in these 5 coming years. Those who are going to be here, let us come with open minds, come with seeing Gambia and the country, the people, irrespective of our various political persuasions, which makes it beautiful and makes it a democracy. But let us look at the people, let us look at the programs, the projects that are going. The roads belong to everybody. The water projects, the hospital, agriculture, everything we think about in terms of development in this house is not about party, it's about the country and the policies that this government is putting in place in order to serve the people who brought all of us to where we are. That's what I want to assure you. So we are friends, Gambians, we are friends, National Assembly members. You have done a great job. And we want to thank also His Excellency President Barrow for his visionary leadership, his legendary leadership, his introduction of democracy. We all now know what democracy is in the past transition. And now here we are consolidating democracy. What we need is to be positive and bring in the positive vibes to the people, for the people, by the people, with the people, and with all of us bringing in the best we can. We are not endowed equally. Let's not fool ourselves. We are not. But we all have something to bring to the table to make it better. That is why our people selected all of you. That is why they have confidence in you. Now, when we come, we have to respect and recognize those differences in order for us to move the country forward. Powers lie in your hand, but collective responsibility is everybody's, and we want to recognize people who have the ability to contribute, people who can put the country out there to do, because the leadership has already put the Gambian flag in the community of nations as a beacon of democracy, as a beacon of good governance, as a beacon of hope, bringing hope to the poor people, decentralizing, bringing in development, doing it for the people. And we are respected internationally because of his leadership qualities and style. So let us take the opportunity and work with him and support him so that at the end of his tenure, all of us will be proud to inherit institutions that we can say ours, irrespective of who and who are going to be there. So on that note, I want to say once again, Madam Speaker, may the Lord Almighty bless you and your team. You have worked with your team diligently. The staff are your core. They have done very well. I always call, my protocol always calls, because anything I want to do it to the best. I hate failure. I don't like failure. That's why when people are talking, I don't like quarreling, but it's always part of it. But we need to move forward. And when I come here, I send them, they respond. You are all able people. We have the ability, we have the capacity. It's just the question of focusing and then having the willingness to say, let us focus and diligent. We need attitudinal change. Attitudinal change in our system to be able to move on. Whatever you should do for 1 hour, don't leave it to the following day. Do it now. Anything that needs the file that needs to be covered must be done. These are things that are very important if we want to really build on the achievements already done, and also to capture all the resources that are already outlying there, which we are not picking up, which we are not capturing. I believe that we are not capturing everything because of our lackadaisical attitude to work and how we refer to that this is government property, these are National Assembly members, these are the executive. We must work together in unity of purpose and direction, in unison, to work with them and impress the public, impress ourselves, and impress our partners who are ready to go all the way to give us the resources that we need, and also to mobilize the resources that we have efficiently, effectively in this country, which already His Excellency has proven that we can build our roads by not taking loans, but by collecting the taxes efficiently, and people must pay their taxes. People must respect that, and let us respect each other and say that this is the transformation we want. Honorable Sallah, you are part of the transformation. This is going to continue, whether you are within or outside, it doesn't matter. But let us continue, all of us continue to make sure that we contribute effectively, efficiently. We all support His Excellency. The will is there. I know that the will is there. He is committed. He wants to do it, and he recognizes that he cannot do it alone. He has to do it with people who have the wherewithal, who have the support, and who have the commitment and are ready to serve this country. He will do it with them. I can assure you of that. So as you go out to the elections, you have raised some fundamental issues which deals with peace and peaceful coexistence and respect for each other. I think is very, very, very important. It is important for the fact that we need peace for us to bask in the glory of our success or successes. If we do not have peace, everything will dissipate and we become refugees, or we become people who abandon our countries and go and suffer more than anything. I think it is important we respect and underline and underscore peace. Peaceful coexistence will happen because we are not the same. We are different. It's a heterogeneous society, and nowhere in the world do you have any homogeneous society, nowhere. So if we are heterogeneous and we come from different backgrounds, we come from different areas, I think it is important for us to respect our individuality, our respect for human rights, respect for the individual opinions and so on, and then we peacefully coexist. Let us stop the insults. I appeal to our young people who are out there during elections, who are used as stocks sometimes to deal with that. We have raised the issue here, and I'm talking about it because I know what you are saying is true. In the social media, if you go into the social media, sometimes you get depressed. I don't go to the social media. Nobody will see me except they blackmail me or put my name or use me as a pseudonym to, but I don't go into the social media. You read those things or you see what comes to you, what they send to you, you start wondering, are these people appreciating the efforts? So let us all look at ourselves. Let us all try to not to use strategies that are going to be used to subvert each other. Let us try to be very transparent. Let us do what we can do and be fair to ourselves and fair to the people that we are representing. Sometimes we make mistakes. We feel that let me tell them this. They will not know. It's not. They are not stupid. They know. They are better politicians than us. So what do? Let us try. The media has to be positive in one way. And I know that it's not. I'm not talking about the media as media, conventional media. Everybody is now a media person. You have your mobile. You do anything. So who do they blame? The media. The media has done extremely well. I have observed, I have seen your work. You have been diligent in this house. You've been following up, and anytime we call you, you come. Please keep that pace. This is what we need. The world has to know what is happening in Gambia and the new Gambia that is going on, and to show that we are really on the path to consolidate democracy. And I want to thank you. The work you are doing is great. So try to preserve your entity and make sure that people don't abuse it in the name of freedom of expression. There is real freedom of expression in this country, and we don't want to interfere with that. But let people change their attitudes. Let people be professional, and let people see the Gambia as it is about us, and not to fight people who are trying to bring these things. The diversity is normal. It's very important, and I want to thank you all for that great contributions that you have done. And let us continue to do so, because it's only when people know what we are doing that they are learning. We are getting a lot of requests for people wanting to come here and find out from His Excellency President Barrow, how did you manage to, after 22 years of dictatorship, be able to bring people together, pull all the parties, pull all the individuals with all the controversies and everything? How did you do it? We have received so many letters. It's because the media is showcasing the work and the results that are coming. The new Gambia is to help the young people come up. Now, for the young people, you must take your responsibility responsibly. You must try as much as possible to engage. You may not know it all, but you have heard some of your young National Assembly members who said, when I was coming, I was a young boy. We came young, but now I have learned the ropes and so on. So this is great place. This is a great a great pride in trying to see a generation that is coming up to take over sooner or later. I think it's something that is very, very important. So people are here to set up those standards, to bring in those opportunities, to support the political will that is creating, that is great, is phenomenal. We all know that. So let us try to support and facilitate that process for him and all of you who are there representing your people. You are very important in this process to see that roads, water, electricity, people get food on their tables. Today, I was earlier in that office in dealing with the study on the food analysis for agriculture. The level of food poor houses is so high, and COVID has come to exacerbate that. So what we need to do is to start focusing on supporting each other and creating opportunities for ourselves under the homegrown food systems for our children in schools and also in our farms, to ensure that we have enough that is brought in and processed, add value. So on that note, if I forget any one of you or I forget any issue, it's because we have noted it, and this is not the time to come and do and business to this. It's a question of reflections. It's a question of constructive engagement, and a day that we thank the Lord Almighty Allah for bringing us today to this level. There were people who fought and did not witness the day today. There were people who contested and did not win. You were the winners. And you have all come representing one thing, the Gambia, irrespective of your political platforms. So today is a day to celebrate all of you. It's a day to celebrate the Speaker, a day to give glory to the Lord Almighty and appreciate the exemplary leadership of His Excellency President Barrow. Because if the environment is not enabling, we have seen National Assembly members, I have been here in my field of activism to watch what has been going on in the past. So I want to underscore the nominated members' observation with regards to the type of leadership we have and the type of National Assembly we have now. We've seen the best of the people. So you will see that the leadership is a very key issue in what we are doing. And I want us to continue on that spirit. And on that note, I want to thank the population also for what they have done to bring you people here, for you to represent them, and that they have not made the wrong choices. They have done very well. But also to tell them that they should continue to be peaceful, do the elections peacefully, select your members peacefully. We are in a democracy. Democracy is flourishing. We want to consolidate it. We want to move the Gambia forward. We want to bring in peace, and it is only peace that all these things can be possible. You have seen what is happening in the world. And to thank you all of you, that to be patient. Development is a process. It's not one of, I want a hospital, then they build it today. Or I want rice, then they go to the farm and work it. It takes months. It takes weeks. We will constructively analyze some of the very salient issues you have raised, because the money that we need is not that we get it. Gambia is a highly tax-generating country, but also the salaries are not very good, and you have seen what has been done not long ago. We have brought them, and we are trying to look for the revenue. So I will urge people to pay their taxes. I will urge people to try as much as possible to go into other ventures that will bring in development positively to the people. And the ministers, the executive, is doing everything it can, irrespective of which department or the sector you are handling. We inherited a lot of problems you may not know, but only Allah knows. But we have to be patient, we have to be focused, and we have to respect rules. Democracy is rules-based. We have to work with our partners and respect certain regulations. We have to put in place certain things and see what is in the best interest of our people, the best interest of our country, and deliver that. And it takes time. On that note, I want to also invite any of the ministers, whoever wants to respond immediately. You are not under obligation to do that now. The issues that are raised are very key. If you have quick answers to them, please come. If you don't have answers to them,
thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the classes. Thank you very much. Now, any honorable minister who may wish to respond? I think the Honorable Minister of Finance has been here since 10 o'clock a.m. together with Trade. Yes, they've been here since morning. They were the first to be here. Honorable, yes, thank you. It's defense. Yes,
Thank you, Honorable. I want to quickly take the opportunity to thank you and all the members for their service for our beloved country. We say thank you. I want to...
Sorry, Honorable Minister, may I just appeal for us to be direct and precise so that anyone else who wants to take the floor can have a bite.
Be rest assured, I promise. Again, I want to say thank you to all members for serving our great country. I think we've done a lot. Thank you. I quickly answer to a few pointers here. Somebody raised about economic question. I want to let you know that the heads of state and government has looked at the ECOWAS as a sub-region, and they have come with recommendations to review the presence of ECOMIC in the Gambia and in West Africa as a whole. I've just received a team a few days ago, and they are going on an assessment of this whole situation. And that is where we are right now with regards to ECOMIC. Somebody also mentioned about the separatists and what happened in the Fonyis. A report has been handed over to the executive after the task force that the president has formed. I have also visited the area a few days ago and exchanged with the villagers and the village heads, the alcalos, and things have gone back to normal. National Assembly member and a lot of other Gambians visited the area to reassure, and they've been very supportive. And how to avoid this to happen? Sometimes things happen that you don't know how they happen. We never thought that at this stage in our history we'll be having skirmishes in that part of the country. We've just completed elections, inauguration successfully. We were thinking that we're going to go on a development agenda. The last thing we were thinking of with separatists, but we're encouraging dialogue. We're trying to encourage that everybody lives in peace, and this country will continue to see with ECOWAS what we can do to avoid. And the other question raised about the GAF, the Gambia Armed Forces are ready to take over the sovereignty, integrity to protect this country. We need the budget, we need the resources, the logistics are not enough. The men are there, they're willing to do it, but it's very expensive, and I'm sure this National Assembly knows about it. Our men and women are ready, but it is very high. The budgets have been slashed here and there because of obvious reasons, but just to let you know that it is also not easy to police every kilometer in this country because we don't have the manpower to do that because it's too expensive. I don't think any country can do that. We have located our battalions in very critical areas. We have patrols going on. Our men and women are outside patrolling day and night. But as I said, we need more funding. We need more budget to make sure that we deliver on our constitutional mandate. And with regards accommodation, this is the same issue we have in terms of the funding to build. I know our armed forces, men, women are out there living in the open. We are building structures in Farafenye, the story building. It is almost coming to completion. That is the plan, all the barracks, but the finance of the country could not handle it. So we're going to be doing what we can, and also we're working on our partners to resolve this unfortunate situation. Somebody mentioned peacekeeping. It is in the pipeline. You need what they call critical enablers to present a battalion in peacekeeping. You need armored personnel carriers, and you need some things that United Nations has a criteria for you to qualify. But the good news is that this assembly has approved and some amount the committee for defense and security, and I think we have gone at an advanced stage to procure the equipment needed so that our men and women will have the opportunity to be deployed to Central African Republic or anywhere around the world that the United Nations wants the Gambia, because our list is on high that the Gambia has done very well in peacekeeping, and they're encouraging and they're working closely with the leadership, and we have gone very far in terms of that. The firing range at Birkama is under renovation. We are now using a place called Tintiba, and the plan of that range is to transform to a military hospital according to my leadership at the Gambia Armed Forces, that we will update you as events unfold. But there's no shooting going on right there. The range is being renovated, and we are using another area in the Tintiba area for our operations. I think in a nutshell, these are the questions that were raised in terms of our area. And Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And Honorable Minister for Interior, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in congratulating the members for the excellent 5-year term that they have completed.
and also particularly to Mr. Sallah, Honorable Sallah of Serekunda, for his contribution to this nation. I know him personally, and we had a series of engagement with him, and all is based on his belief for the progress of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Sallah. Coming back to the concerns raised, I just want to say, to save time, I just want to put questions into category. I have few members of parliament who have raised concern regarding fire and rescue service stations. One of them is Wuli East for Bajakunda Fire Service, and also Sanementering, Combo North, or Combo South, I think one of them. Yeah, for a fire station around Combo North and Combo South, and then member for Kantora for fire station at Fatoto. It is our wish to expand the fire coverage throughout the country. But however, I have mentioned it several times before this parliament that building a fire station is even cheaper than equipping a fire station. Fire tender is about 25 million. If you want to build a station, probably it's about 6 to 7 million to build a fire station. So we're talking about almost 30-something million for a fire station. So this has been the challenge, and then we put that before several committees here, the Finance Committee, Security and Defense Committee, and also we've engaged the Minister of Finance on several occasions, but it all based on the availability of funds. And this is why we could not effectively cover those areas. But there are plans. The Chief Fire Officer has just visited the provinces, has returned last week, and he conducted an assessment, and then we will see what priority that he has, because we cannot build in all these areas, but probably we'll have 1 or 2 built in the coming years. Thank you. On the question of mobility raised by Bakau, Opanyomi, and Salmentering again, for the PIU Brufut, it is very unfortunate that we could not provide a station with a vehicle up till now. We rely on the maintenance of their former vehicle. Unfortunately, that is completely scrapped now. So there are plans to at least make sure that there's mobility coverage around that area, because we know the importance of having that station there, because it serves quite a number of areas, and their mission is just to respond to incidents. And without vehicle, definitely they are seriously constrained, but we are looking into it. Regarding Opanyomi, we have only one police station in the whole of Opanyomi, that is Jufre. And I say it's a police post. There are plans to establish a station in the off-road area of Opanyomi. And I'm sure IGP is planning to visit the areas, and you conduct this assessment and identify a particular area to build a police station. Bakau, it's the same situation with the PIU. The only vehicle that we want to repair that vehicle, but it's out of, it cannot be repaired, it's beyond repairs. And then we're struggling very well to, at this moment, provide them with vehicles. But what we are doing at the moment is to use Kairaba Station, because the whole of KMC is divided into 4 zones. You have the Kairaba Station area, which includes Bakau, and also Serekunda area, which includes other areas, and then Talinding and Bundung. The Kairaba police station vehicle is the one that is now earmarked to cover Kairaba and Bakau until a certain time that we are able to get a vehicle for Bakau. Okay. The possible relocation of Mile 2 prisons raised by Banjul Central, member for Banjul Central. This is obvious that the situation Mile 2, although it has improved in the recent years, but it's still below standard. And there are plans to move the Mile 2 prisons to Joshua, which has an area of about 360 meters by 184 meters. I think we'll be able to accommodate both prisons. We have also made a design of the new prisons that accommodates about 1,000 inmates convicted, and then 500 remand, 100 female wing, and 100 juvenile wing. This is in the highest stage now, and then we are also partnering with another institution, the Gambia Post Authority, to see whether they can take over that area, the Mile 2, and then pay for the cost of building the new prisons. Their board is now on, and I think they are we've already requested them, put a proposal before them, and then I think their board met last week. We are yet to receive the outcome of their board meeting regarding the exchange. Thank you. Member for Tarinding raised concern on illegal migration, or we call it irregular migration. This is a serious problem to this country and to the whole world. But there are plans. We have already developed a concept note on how to mitigate the irregular migration, more especially youths moving from the Gambia to other areas, to other countries, to Europe. Because of the ECOWAS treaty, we have no much control on the movement of Gambians moving out of our country to another country like Guinea-Bissau, to Mali. Quite a number of them take their boat from around Mali. But for the Gambia, it has ceased since the 2019 incident that has some a lot of casualties from my end, Bara. We mitigated. There's currently a task force that patrols around the sea to make sure that they don't use our land to start their journey. But as I said, it is very difficult because ECOWAS treaty calls for the free movement of people across our borders. So people moving to Casamas or to Guinea-Bissau or to Mali, you cannot stop them at the border to say this is it, because their mission is never known to you. But we still putting heads together to make sure that it is completely discouraged. Another Sanimental also raised the issue of road accidents. It is true that we have numerous road accidents in the recent past. And as I said, I mentioned it several times here that road accidents are associated, or there are a lot of factors that contribute to road accidents. One of these factors is the conduct of drivers. The other one is the type of road, and also the condition of vehicle. As a government, we put up a proposal to make sure that we develop a system that vehicles are going to be properly tested. What we are doing now is that because we don't have the equipment, we do manual testing. There's no electronic testing conducted, but we have received a lot of potential investors who wants to partner with us to make sure that we remedy this situation. I also want to seize this opportunity to thank the member for Yara West. It's very rare, but I received it today, that a congratulatory message from him regarding our officers attached to the traffic office. I think this is going to be a tap on the shoulder for them, and I want to encourage members where we go wrong, you identified, where we perform also very well, you identify. That will give us a moral booster in the performance of our duties. I also want to reassure the member that traffic officers are among the units benefiting from hardline and risk allowance. And there are also plans to further create some allowances for them. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I'm not sure whether Latin Kunda's, one of the issues that Latin Kunda Sabiji raised was it about for the Honorable Minister to clarify, there was some issues between either the Interior and Foreign Affairs. Yes. It's my memory, if my memory serves me right. Yeah.
Well, I want to believe that that was just a misunderstanding or the way we perceive things. But what I want to make very clear to this honorable House here is that the Minister of Interior is only responsible of receiving deportees. And in all circumstances, we have a written request from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and also landing clearance from the Minister of Defense. And what we have to do is only to receive the deportees. But I think the misunderstanding is as to the figures, because the request was our 21st request was for 25 deportees, 27 deportees, but only 20, we received only 25. And the second request was 23 deportees, and we received 20. So this is probably the number that made, that's not very clear, because the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs said he's not aware. Definitely he's not aware of the 25, but probably he's aware of 27, because the letter that we received from them says 27, but actually we only received 25. So if the number is 25 and the letter that they received is 27, probably that's the misunderstanding. He could not remember exactly 25 being requested, but actually it was 27 that was requested. The deportees that arrived here is 25. And the second instance, it was 23 requested and 20 arrived. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, let's allow the honorable ministers, please, to respond to the questions. Otherwise, if we want to open the floodgates, we will never finish. Any honorable minister? Yes, Lance. I think there were some issues raised touching on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would want you to allow me to express my said in the House, and that is, first of all, I want to commend you for the leadership quality, and through you to all members of this House, and in particular, the Honorable Halifa Sallah of the Serekunda constituency. Your colleagues have said very good things about you, and I personally discovered those qualities in you. Although as a former parliamentarian, I did not have the opportunity of working with you in National Assembly, but I believe you remember in 2004, when we organized NAD, that formidable NAD, I had personal and direct contacts with you for about almost 2 years. And I want to endorse those qualities that were said about him. Although he wants to retire from parliamentary life, but sure, he is not tired, so your services is still needed by the Gambia. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I would want to try to respond to some of the issues that were raised about the Minister of Lands. And I will start with the Busumbala constituency member, and I want to take it up with what the Deputy Speaker had said about some alkalis that are entangled in land issues. Yes, the alcalis are very much part of the land administration in their areas, and that they have to be involved. But if they are involved negatively, we want to receive those reports so that we can deal with those issues. And I think some of you who have been dealing with us can confirm that those alcalis that were involved in it were never spared. He also talked about, the Busumbara member also talked about creating a new chieftaincy for the Busumbara constituency. Yes, like I said here, I think in response to a question, whether it's supplementary or original, it requires changing some of the existing laws, and also it requires further funding. But it's something that is being very seriously considered at the level of the ministry, not only for Busumbara constituency, but as well other constituencies as well. For us, it is our view that each constituency should be represented by a chief. That is the fair. Now, having also the Brikama North talked about the range at Brikama. And I believe he said, I promised that it will be relocated. Yes, we have already identified, as the minister said, the former president's garden, that's Sukuta. It's between Sifo and Brikama. It's quite a huge land. Kitty has been identified and already allocated to the army. Even though that has been relocated, the land at Brikama, the former range, still is the property of the Gambian National Army. Member for Sani Mentre also, I think he expressed the view that taxes on Burusubi are higher than taxes on other areas. I believe he's referring to rates. Probably this may have something to do with the value of the properties that are in that area. That may have been the cause of attracting more tax rates than other areas. The member for Talende also just raised the issue of a land dispute between one Ture and the community of Talinde. Yes, we will be more than willing at the level of ministry to do the mediation. I remember of a case that exists there. That's, I think, the bar, the restaurant bar. If that's the issue, we are in the picture. And at some point, it was going to be an issue, and I think personally I intervened, and I stopped them. I said he should go back to the community and negotiate with them peacefully. Otherwise, we will not allow him to operate. She also talked about the buffer zone, that there's a telephone mobile antenna there, and the fees are paid to KMC. And I think it's my belief that the KMC is the sole responsibility of the KMC for the management of the buffer zone. So therefore, it is only fair that fees that are collected there are paid to KMC. That's my take on it. On the, I think, Jara, both Combo East and I think the Deputy Speaker and all member expressed their concern of so many land disputes in the country. Yes, we are aware, but it is also known that all those land disputes are inherited, and we have done a lot of work to be able to solve some of them, and some of the members are aware. The only way we could go completely to solve those issues is to have in place a cadastral map, land use map, and also a land policy. And I'm happy to report that the World Bank, in collaboration with the World Bank and the Ministry of Finance, currently there is a team, the World Bank team in the country. The consultant has been identified and already appointed, and we still, even this afternoon, they had a series of meetings in the ministry to develop a cadastral map, land use map, and also a land policy. So with those things coming, we will be able to minimize at least all the land disputes in the country.
I think somebody, an honorable member, raised the issue of rent control.
I'm coming, sorry.
No, sorry, honorable members,
not done.
because I have taken note. I took down notes.
I am not done.
So,
I'm not done.
just a second.
I'm coming. It is I think Kian Central talked about landlords increasing discriminately rent without consideration for the tenants. I think I've said it here a number of times, including the question and answer session of this very session, that portfolio has been moved from the ministry to the judiciary. And when a portfolio is moved, it goes with the powers. Without the powers, there's nothing we can do to regulate the land rent. And however, I did promise here that I will engage the judiciary to see how best we will be able to address that issue, those issue concerns. And I also want to tell him that equally the landlords are also complaining that they are not being fairly treated. So it's one against the other. He also talked about the relationship between the Supreme Islamic Council and also the Rawdal Majlis, which is a very complex and sensitive matter. And even though that, even though we did everything possible to mediate between these two groups, we also have to accept that our constitution guarantees freedom of religion. We have to practice the religion that we believe in, and freedom of association, because he mentioned that both institutions are registered in the country. So the constitution guarantees that. We have to be mindful of that one also. But through the mediations, I think the tension has now come down to a level where it's really under control. Hopefully, very soon, they will sit on a round table and agree among themselves.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, I don't want to really jump into the arena, but I think this issue of control of land rent and the adjudicating of issues arising are two different things that probably should be sorted out between your ministry and the judiciary. I think that was the issue that the honorable member raised. And this was not the first time that it has been raised, if my memory serves me right. So I think that it needs to be clarified or well understood. You know, maybe the issue is not very well understood by some of us. There is a policy touching on rent control, and matters arising from rent issues will go to the tribunal, which is under the jurisdiction of the judiciary. Was that your concern, Honorable? No, yeah, that was your concern, yeah.
In response to that, I am saying again that when a portfolio is transferred, it goes along all the powers that are attached to the portfolio. And in absence of those legal powers, there's not much that we can do. But I promise that I still engage the authority for the control of rents in this country. And I think I should be given that opportunity. I said it here during this session that I promise I will engage them. I should be allowed to engage them so that we be able to find permanent solution to this problem. Because the complaint is not coming only from tenants, it's also coming from the landlords, that they are not fairly treated. So we have to engage all the stakeholders into this thing. I think for now, that's what we have.
Thank you. As I said, I don't want to open the floor again for this is no time for supplementary questions, definitely. And honorable members, may I just appeal, if you need any further clarification, you can follow it up with the different ministries. As I said, I think this rent issue needs to be pursued thoroughly. Yeah, so I think you can take it up with both the judiciary and regional government and lands ministry. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, it is the Ministry of Justice, not the judiciary. No, it's the Justice Ministry. I think that's what it is.
Big Justice Ministry, tribunals are under the judiciary. No.
Madam
Yes,
Speaker,
we're talking about tribunals.
I promise whichever institution is responsible, we will engage them.
Judiciary, not the ministry.
Whichever institution.
It's okay, it's settled. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
And I think somebody also spoke about, I think the conflicts from the Congo is addressed it together with the concern raised by the Deputy Speaker. And if there's anything that I have left out,
The power plant, the land unused.
Well, I think we have just spoken on the corridor that the permanent secretary will set a survey team there to be able to ascertain how much land is left there, and then we will be giving us the number of people who have been affected, so that we see if we are able to use that land to compensate them.
Honorable Speaker, property dealers, real housing agent, I equally raised that.
I have.
Hasn't given you the
Yes.
floor. You did not request. You just, no, don't take a chance, please.
Yes, I think that was an oversight. Yes, he himself has said that both the Minister of Local Government and Justice have stated in this House that there is a draft bill. Yes, there is a draft bill, and it's at the validation stage. We all know that there is a process before a law is enacted. That's the process we are taking. There has not been any law regulating real estate agency. What we first did, we created a union of real estate agencies so that we can sensitize them to know that they have to conform with certain requirements in the country. And we have moved all the transactions from all the regions, particularly the West Coast, to the headquarters here so that we're able to really control them. It's unfortunate.
Thank you, Honorable Kian Central. Let's follow procedure. Let's not try to outsmart the chair.
It's unfortunate that in the process, some people lose their hard-earned money, but we are trying to address it. But I'm sure the next House will deal with the act, the bill. If I have not left anything out, I think these are the things, some of the things that were said about the ministry, unless I've left something out.
Honorable Minister, you've covered everything according to your notes. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think issues have also been raised touching on, is it price commodities? I'm not sure whether finance may wish to enlighten or respond to the concerns that have been raised. Thank you.
I just a minute just to salute the Honorable National Assembly member from Serakunda. You have served the nation with dignity and poise, and you will remain to be in our hearts. Your mark, nobody can eliminate or erase that mark. Congratulations, and we will continue to be in touch with you. Banjul North, very important issue you've touched, climate change. Fortunately for the Gambia, the Minister of Finance is co-chairing a group of countries, and they're classified as B20, the most vulnerable 20 countries in the world. The intention here is to mobilize enough resources to build or to heavily subsidize on infrastructure that you're just saying, like Banjul, maybe around the tourism area. So for the Gambia, we are moving fast on that, and we are trying to justify it by linking it with tourism, with agriculture. These are issues that have now gained some sort of a sympathy from the donors. But what we have also said is our local input is also is important. If they are subsidizing us 90%, we have a responsibility to come with the 10%. And that we said we can do it from local funds. I think over the last 4 years that I've been here. Honorable Jata from Woolley West said by the time he leaves this National Assembly, he wants to see minimum take home 3,000, and I think we have already achieved that. If you check the reports, 3,000 is still on the low side for the lower income people. We're hoping that by the time, it's been changed to 5. But the first time I had it, but I can promise you by the time you leave, we will maybe or even go beyond that. But I think the climate change is so important that most of us, especially living in the country like Gambia, we are, I wouldn't say we are ignoring it, but we should be giving it a priority. That is why when our service was called to co-chair, the chair is Switzerland and the Gambia, we are on top of it, and we are mobilizing, we are moving very fast to make sure that ours is giving the priority. The other issue is the National Assembly office building. I am among those people from day one. I have been trying to come up with innovative ideas of even trying to see a pre-financing where we can have a bank or a real estate agency that can fund it, and then we can do a payment plan. But it's better to open it up, tender it, and we can have a payment plan. I am hoping that we will get together before the end of this year. We can come up with something, the design, the costing, and we can open it up. I think that is something so important. On commodity prices, in all fairness, I think the only increases that I remember coming to the National Assembly, the increases were only on alcohol and tobacco. All the others we have not increased. We are still battling to see exactly what is happening. As I am talking to you, 20% of the CIF price is taken off from the invoices. What it needs now is both of us. We need to have a panel where we can go on a campaign to ask the businesses what is happening. What is the justification? I can assure you there has never been, for the past 4 years, apart from alcohol and tobacco, we have not increased anything. Yes, there are other issues that they are raising with the cost of freight, the delays, and all of those things. I think those are secondary. But the bottom line is the rate at which they're increasing prices is not justified. I think we will have to come together with the National Assembly to see what we can do. Because it doesn't take a rocket scientist really to see what is happening. The transaction cost, as much as you can see it has increased inflation, there is no justification where you buy a commodity in the morning, it's $10, you go back in the afternoon, it's $5. We are tempted, but we don't want to go through price control. But if it takes the government to go and do the imputation and compete, we will do it. But we don't want to go that far. But if that's what it will take to protect the lives and the livelihoods of the Gambians, we will do it. I think we have been talking in a democratic system. We cannot force them. We don't want to go through the price control, but we will do and take whatever it takes to make sure that people are protected. The duty has virtually gone down in principle because the invoice that is coming, the CIF value, 20% is off. We were about to replace it to come back. Rice, I have reported here, we have lost millions of dollars, but yet it is going up. And the moment you move against them, it is considered a punitive measure. But I think we can work together to see how we can put pressure on them, especially Ramadan is coming, that people really, at least the most vulnerable and the voiceless people, we have to make sure as a government, we have the responsibility, again with the National Assembly. We'll come together to see where we can create and work with the Gambia Chamber of Commerce, not to force them, but to reveal to the public, to show them that there is no increase in taxes. They can talk about other external factors, but as far as we are concerned as a government, it is our responsibility, and we are working together with the Ministry of Trade, and we will invite the Chamber of Commerce to make sure as one people, as one government, we will try to combat that. I think, Honorable Speaker, those are the issues that were raised. And if there is any
Right, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Trade, you want to?
Good evening, Madam Chair. And I join my colleagues to reiterate the executive's joy and delight and the wonderful job done by this House, led by my own auntie and the Madam Speaker, for the job well done in the last 5 years, serving the nation in these difficult times. And of course, the veteran Member of Parliament, Halifa Sallah, for a job well done, who opted to retire from parliamentary matters. My own clarification on the commodity prices have already been addressed ably by the Finance Minister. And building on an earlier question in this August Assembly, that the issue of commodity prices is a matter for the Finance Ministry and the Central Bank Monetary Policy. Notwithstanding, trade is working closely with these two bodies to find an amicable solution to the current situation. That leaves out of the questions that I have taken note, one item, which is the work of the task forces, particularly the GAM Petroleum. And based on the note I have taken, the background to the case was this happened in the first week of November when the task force was constituted, and I happened to lead that task force. We presented our report of the interim to His Excellency the President on the 19th of January, and the outcome of the findings were 16 recommendations. His Excellency the President has adopted all the recommendations, and he has promised at the presentation stage of the report that no stone will be left unturned, and that he is personally monitoring the implementation of the recommendations. A number of steps have already, a number of the recommendations that have been that have been acted upon are the management. A new managing director has been appointed, and the police who were handling the investigative aspect of the review have also finalized their report and sent their findings to the Attorney General's chambers for legal advice. On the board composition, the report also concluded a reconstitution of the board, which is to revise the board representation of the public enterprises that sit on the board of the GAM Petroleum. We're pleased to inform the August Assembly that the public enterprises board members have now been replaced, and that is at advanced stage, and a new interim board is being proposed, and that interim board will only sit for 6 months to conduct the forensic audit, and the forensic audit will give further insight into activities of the GAM Petroleum. The internal audit also is part of the recommendations, which the new team will, the interim board will address, as well as the system procedures like the IT systems that will be. To ensure confidence in the economy, particularly the restoration of the losses of the traders, a settlement plan is already at an advanced stage, and a loan has already been secured through the banks to settle the traders, whilst recovery efforts will be ongoing to ensure that all recoveries will be effected so that there will be no net pass-through to the taxpayers or to the government. The entire purpose of the exercise is to ring-fence all the losses to GAM Petroleum, and the government will not in any way lose or spend any resources. This, in a nutshell, is a demonstration of the outcome of the most recent task force that we happen to be leading, and we thought it befitting to update the August Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Distinguished Honorable Speaker and distinguished Honorable National Assembly members, we thank you for giving us the opportunity to once again stand in front of you to address some of the concerns. Part of the period I wasn't here, we had some urgent engagements, but some of the questions that were written for me, I'll just take time to go through them. The member for Bundu Gakunda was told, did emphasize the maintenance of the high quality of services at the Bundu Maternal and Child Health Hospital. We reassure you and the entire community that the quality of services will even be improved further. That is a very good hospital that has been providing services, and certainly a lot of women do go there because of the quality of service and the environment over there. Now, that is our prototype now, in the sense that each delivery room that's going to be constructed by the public health sector in this country now is going to be self-contained. That means one room with a bathroom and a toilet for one woman at a time. This is the standard, and we started constructing this, and the people and the women are welcoming it very much. This is exemplified again further in the Serekunda Health Center. Honorable Sallah has been talking about that facility for a long time, and we have already taken action. The delivery area, the maternity wing, has been upgraded, and they're having rooms like that. This is what the women prefer, to deliver in a hygienic environment with a lot of privacy. And this is our prototype, and a lot are being constructed in a similar fashion. The member for Talinding constituency did mention the person who got traumatic amputation of a limb, and we're going to follow it up with the team and then make sure that the person gets the treatment required and also gets all the support and the possible prosthesis for that condition. The member for Woolly East did talk about the solarization project, we were told, that was signed here. The process is still on. It had been delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic, but recently a committee has been formed to look into it and reactivate it, while we have 100 health facilities and some schools that are going to be solarized. So it is still on, and we reassure you that that will be implemented, inshallah. The member for Latikunda Sabiji, we thank you for acknowledging the deliveries that are carried out in Bundu Maternal and Child Hospital and the satisfactory outcome. Thank you for the recognition. But that goes to emphasize the point that really a whole lot of good work is being done in the sector. Yes, there are challenges. There are a lot of challenges, but a lot more good work is being done. And we can all imagine if those facilities were not there in the first place to be doing what they are doing. So that means the fact that they are there and we've seen the outcome of what they are doing, really they're doing a lot of good work. But certainly there's a lot of room for improvement, and we'll not shy away of that, from that fact. And that is what we are ensuring, and we endeavor each day to improve on what's already going on. Thank you. The member for Lower Badibu also mentioned and appreciated the community ambulances. First of all, we want to thank His Excellency, the President, for coming up with that initiative, and for thanking all of you here for supporting the process. I'm sure you all remember the supplementary appropriation bill that facilitated that process. But believe me, I want to tell you that it was a very, very good initiative. People have started to benefit from that. People, pregnant women who used to be carried on donkey carts from their homes to the health facilities now are carried in four-wheel drive ambulances from their doorsteps to those health facilities. So it's saving a lot of lives. 55 have arrived so far. 25 are, the remaining 25 will be coming soon. They got delayed because of the global shipping challenges. So very soon, mid next month, inshallah, we'll receive the remaining 25. The nominated member, Honorable Yakuma Jete, did mention the enormous responsibility on our shoulders. Thank you for acknowledging that. It's a big responsibility to run the health sector. It's one of the biggest and most resource-intensive sectors in any country. And a poor country, low-income country like the Gambia, is even more challenging. But we're doing our best. Part of what we are doing is to look at the issue holistically. We inherited very difficult circumstances, but something needs to be done about it. What we are doing, we are building infrastructure. So you go around the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, it's no longer business as usual. You can see the expansion, the upgrading, the renovation. And that's what we are doing across the length and breadth of this country. We're building more new facilities to increase the access, to shorten the distance people have to travel from their homes to health facilities. We're renovating the old ones. We're expanding them. In addition to that, we are buying more equipment with the limited resources we have. In addition to that, we are building capacity. We all can attest to the fact of the brain drain in the Gambia. Certain times we say if all our health workers scattered around the world could come back and join us in the struggle, the health sector in the Gambia would have attained a different level. But probably that is wishful thinking. So what we are trying to do is to build capacity locally. We are training more doctors. We are happy to tell you that now we are doing residency training program in the Gambia at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. What that means is now doctors are specializing in obstetrics and gynecology, in surgery, in pediatrics, in internal medicine and family medicine right here at home for the first time in the history of this country. Nurses are specializing as well in anesthesia. We are training nurse anesthetists to bachelor science level, and we are training more midwives. We've also expanded the schools. The SCN school in Bansang, I'm sure many of you have seen the expansion, the new structures. We thank the MRC Holland Foundation for that support. And the CHN school in Mansakonko, all in line with the capacity, the human resource development agenda of the ministry. Because health sector, we need the people. We need the structures, we need the equipment, we need the supplies, and we certainly need the people to provide those services. Of course, a low-income country that manufactures nothing in the health sector. Everything we use in the sector is imported. Of course, there are a lot of challenges with that. Sometimes you may not be able to get them here on time. And some people made the assessment that there are over 400 single items. If you put the items together, there are up to 400 that a health facility needs. And those items can hardly substitute each other. So that means all the 400 need to be here. And we do not manufacture any of the 400 in this country. So certainly there are bound to be challenges every now and then. But nation building is like that. It is not, it cannot all be done in a go, especially if you don't have all the resources. So it's a process. And we want to reassure you that the process has started and it is going on very well. The members of the Health Select Committee can attest to that. They've been visiting the facilities, they've seen the expansion, they've seen the training, they've seen the equipment. I think this is remarkable. So inshallah, in the next 1 year, you'll see the health sector at a very high level. So in the hereafter, which we all care about, I think Dr. Samate can happily say, I delivered my responsibility as Minister of Health. Thank you very much.
Nyani, I'm not sure whether the issue, that you raised an issue, I'm not sure whether.
The theater. Yes, thank you very much. So the Kuntaro Health Center is one of the health facilities that is going to be renovated entirely. And recently, we got those questions from yourself, and then we sent a doctor there. There is now one of our people is there to provide the services. And we've already prepared a team that is supposed to go there and make an assessment, because the theater had not functioned for quite a while. And we're also expecting a gynecologist from Cuba who's going to man that theater. So that theater is very high on our agenda, and in the next couple of months, inshallah, it will be
Thank you.
functional.
Ilyasa, I thought your questions or your concerns were directed at the Minister of Trade.
Nokunda Health Post, Nokunda.
Sorry?
Nokunda Health Post, Nokunda Health Post. Nokunda Health Center.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. I can go on. Thank you very much. Yeah. So the Nokunda Health Post, I visited there after the windstorm, and part of the residents of the staff over there, the roof got blown off. And the team went to do the assessment, and it has been contracted out. Probably it's a little slow, but they will do that renovation. And hopefully that member of staff can go back to her home. But the self-help facility that they are building, the new one, we've also gone there. We've done the assessment, and we want to come in there and see what support can be done so that that facility is also functional. So it's also on our list. So we personally visited that facility. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to also add my voice to thanking yourself and the Honorable National Assembly members. I think it has been very fruitful interactions, and we certainly thank you for all the support. The health sector has received a lot of support from all of you. We can attest to that from our programs, from our budgets, from the community ambulances. I personally feel very honored, because without this support, we wouldn't have been able to do much. We sincerely thank you very much. And a whole lot of the interventions that we actually went ahead to carry out were initiated here. So it was a good partnership. You brought them to our attention. And where the resources are not enough, and then the challenges are many, we believe when we listen to you, it helps us prioritize, because not everything can be done at the same time. But you know your people's priority, what is urgent for them. And by mentioning them here, we took them very seriously and we acted on them. That's why we are having places like Serekunda being renovated. And we certainly thank you very much for all the support and the wonderful interactions. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I also join my colleagues to thank the executive and also to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, who is the head of government business, to be here with the ministers and to listen to the concerns that are raised by National Assembly members. And I think, as alluded to by many of my colleagues, this is a thanksgiving session, and also to enumerate some of the good things or some of the things that the National Assembly members have said. Over the last 5 years, I think there is no community in this country that have not been mentioned in this country. And I want to thank the National Assembly members for taking that responsibility to know their constituencies and know the needs of their people. So this has really helped the line ministries, department, and agencies to work collaboratively with the National Assembly to ensure that the felt needs of our vulnerable members in our various communities are felt. And I think, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues, both sides of the National Assembly, we want to thank you profoundly for the leadership qualities that you have shown in this National Assembly. And it has been a daunting task for all of us as representatives coming from our various respective constituencies over the country. And we also want to thank everybody who has been here since April 2017. Honorable Speaker, this session is very interesting, and also it's helped us to be able to reflect to some of the issues that have been raised here since 2017, and the cooperation of all the members, the participation, the coordination, and also the good work that has been done by the various committees of this National Assembly. Without commitment and dedication, we will not reach to what we have done so far. Alluding to some of the good works that we have done over the last 5 years, looking at the number of questions that came over here and the sessions that we have gone through, over 600 questions were posted to various ministries in this country, and all of them were dealt with here, considering the time that we spent in this National Assembly, and that has shown that the National Assembly members who are here have done a lot of very good job. Honorable Speaker, coming into the capacity building of the National Assembly, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues in the authority to ensure that we have quality and very committed young people who will be working with the clerk and his team to ensure that the capacity of the National Assembly service is built and also raise the bar high, so that we can also be part of our sub-regional collaborators and work with our other partners in the sub-region to ensure that quality is respected in this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Member for Serekunda, who have stood and worked for this country for the last 4 decades of his life. And I have been working with him when I was at the NGO community, and we have worked a lot with the ministry and also other departments and agencies. One of the good strides that we have done is to be on the board with him for 4 years to set up the social services programs in this country, which has been a landmark for the Gambian people, and also social services is also done in this country. Honorable, we want to thank you profoundly for your help, and we have also worked with a lot of young people, Nudi and all those other things, Faisuso and team, who have been coming to your house. They have been giving me a lot of information that have helped them, and they are very have done a lot of good work. I know Fai is still in Glasgow, Scotland, but he's still in touch with your organization and all the young people that he has supported, and he has done a lot of good work with women and young groups in Woolly and other parts of the URR. Honorable Speaker, I think this session is very interactive and educative, but key areas that we need to do, especially in the area of agriculture. The projects that are outstanding, there are a lot of incomplete programs with the Ministry of Agriculture, and all these phased out projects need to be done, especially the unfinished job of the community vegetable gardens that are there to support the livelihoods of the vulnerable women in the rural area. I think the ministry need to take care of that. Though the minister is not here, I think the Honorable Vice President will be able to work that with the minister, and especially the Roots project, which is a very popular project that was endorsed and ratified in this National Assembly, and the Nema Kusha one. I think those are issues that the ministry has to look into and ensure that those programs are implemented to improve the livelihoods of our vulnerable members of our community. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government, I think it is about time that they come together and take the bull by the horn. This issue of house rent is being discussed here since 2017 and is coming up. And as alluded to by National Assembly members, landlords are increasing these things on a daily basis, as what is happening with the Trade Ministry, where basic commodity prices are increasing on a daily basis. So I think the ministry has to take up and sit up with the judiciary to ensure that they stretch this out once for all, so that people who are here can be supported, the vulnerable members can be supported because of the raw income of the people. And I also want to thank the Minister for Health for doing the job that they are doing, but that there is need also, as alluded to by some members, to ensure that equipments that are needed, the essential equipments and drugs that are needed for all times. And I've been saying this over the last 5 years. Combo South is the most densely populated constituency in this country, over 200,000 population, and with a registration quota of 72,000. So it is the biggest constituency in this country. It has all the 5 landing fishing villages in this country, and I have spoken to the Ministry of Interior. The security needs to be tightened up and ensure that young people are protected. Over the last 4 years, 6 young people have lost their life. This year alone, 3 young people died in the coastal villages because of lack of security. And I have spoken to the Inspector General and the commander in charge to ensure that they do a routine visit to all these fishing landing sites on a daily basis. The issue of mobility has been coming up. I was going through this notebook, which I've been using since 2017. Every adjournment debate, the issue of mobility is coming up under the Ministry of Interior. So I want the Finance Minister to take note of this, so that when the next budget call is done, make sure that the Ministry of Interior puts in money to purchase vehicles and also ensure that they have quarters and also build structures for the police so that to enable them to do it. And these fire and rescue services projects that are being done, especially the Baja Kunda one, 4 years is still there and it is still not completed. Fire is intruding on the line sites and bringing the work down, and that is slowing the pace of development in those areas. So those are key areas that need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, I think the issue of young people is something that we need to look at. Young people form almost close to 60% of the population. But if we look at the infrastructure that is needed for skills training in our communities, is still lacking. The Ministry of Higher Education have promised us that there is a feasibility study that is being conducted at the national level so that to ensure that almost all the regions will have first-class skill training centers that will be built to enable young people to stay in their localities and be able to learn the skills and do more productive work that will save them from all the menace that they have when they come to the urban areas. And I think this has been alluded to on several occasions by the member for Jamburambure, where he's appealing to the Ministry of Higher Education to use the former PWD depot in Janjamburi as a skill center to enable the young people to learn the basic skills that are needed. And I think this is important. It's about time. Those are 2 key areas that we need to into the issue with the 6th legislature. On the issue of the rent, which the minister have already said, and I think the land is there, so they need to ensure that we are focusing more on our infrastructural development so that these things are done quickly to ensure that no life is lost in those areas. Honorable Speaker, I think to wrap up anything, the energy sector, it is something that we need to ensure that the Ministry of Energy has to look at the issue of mining in this country. When the minister gave the details of the figures that that was accrued from the license holders, but the other minister, the car company went to say all the development that have done. I raised a question with the minister here that they need to come out with a strategy and a policy on this corporate social responsibility. You don't just have to sit down and say, this is what you are going to do. There has to be a policy that will determine and direct the way that these monies are given out. Unless that is done, nothing is going to be done. And I want to suggest, and that was the understanding when the new change came over, that these mining sites will be given to the local councils so that they will be fully responsible to manage these mining sites and be able to raise the fund to be able to do the needed work that they need to do in their respective councils so that the people can have the returns that is needed for them. So Honorable Minister of Energy, I think the Vice President is here. They need to look at this issue of issuing license, which will be done at the level of the councils. They can subcontract these companies to be able to do this and coordinate things to be a better thing. Honorable Speaker, the 400-kilometer road project that was here for the National Assembly, not much has been done. And we want to call on the Minister of Works and Infrastructure to ensure that these roads are built in the interconnection that needs to be done. If you look at Jara Central, it's been coming on all along. If you look at the Kiangs, if you look at Brikama North, Busumbala, Congo South ranging from all these areas. They are very important that they need to do, and that is going to help the movement of people and the commercialization of all these vegetable gardens that have been done in this country. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, I want to thank all my colleagues for the coordination and all the good work that we have done over the last 5 years, and all what we have done it in the best interest of our people, as also as enshrined in the national constitution. Section 112 really talks about our concerns and the best interest of the Gambian people. And this is what we have done as National Assembly members. So we all go back to our constituencies and talk to our electorates to give them the highlights of all the good work that we have done for our people, and we don't have to regret. Honorable Speaker, one partner that we need to thank profoundly from the bottom of our heart is MRC Holland Foundation. MRC Holland Foundation is a partner that has worked across the length and breadth of this country. And there is no constituency in this country that MRC Holland Foundation has not worked with. So we want to thank them profoundly, Honorable Speaker, for the good work that they have done. And I think they will need to continue the good work to ensure that the young people and the vulnerable societies that needed the support to improve their education, well-being, and the environment, to ensure that support that is needed to all of them is done on a way. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to thank all of you.
Members for their interventions and very useful contribution. And this brings us to the end of this ordinary session of the 5th legislature. But honorable members, before putting the question for this assembly to adjourn sine die, on behalf of both sides of the assembly, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to register our appreciation to Her Excellency the Vice President, honorable ministers, and the government at large for the cooperation and support during the mandate of this 5th legislature. The presence of the executive to witness the adjournment debate also affirms the relationship between the executive and the legislature. One must never entice oneself to think that service to country and people is a path for individualistic adventure, nor a war to be won in one's lifetime. This fact, I must say, has been taken into due consideration by this Honorable Assembly and its membership throughout the tenure of the 5th legislature. Today, this August Assembly is proud of itself and must rejoice that it has over these years enjoyed solidarity, teamwork, collectivism, and a strong spirit of love for the nation in discharging its duties, even in the face of political differences, which by the nature of all legislators is unavoidable. In the discharge of our functions, I dare humbly say that we have, with good intentions, contributed towards repositioning our nation into the path of progress and eventually to greatness, strengthened the organizational and administrative structures of the government towards democracy, rule of law, and respect for fundamental human rights, the best of which is evident by the enactment of the National Human Rights Commission Act 2017 and the Truth, Reconciliation, and Reparations Commission, TRRC, and many other important bills. Finally, once again, I wish to thank the clerk and the Assembly Service for their unfailing professionalism and friendship over the years. It is they who uphold the great institution of Parliament. And I cannot put the question without also thanking the media, our partnership, our partners. The partnership has been great over the years, and we celebrate you equally. And on that note, honorable members, to everybody, I say thank you very much. And I would reiterate what most honorable members have said here. We are all human beings. If at any point in time I have offended anybody, my sincere apologies. And as I earlier said, I hold no grudge or malice against anybody. This life is too short for that. And on that note, I now put the question Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned, sine die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. You don't want to go. The ayes have it. So, honorable members, the assembly now stands adjourned, sine die. And once more, thank you very much. And we appreciate